I hope you had a good rest and we're ready for the proceedings this morning. We are reminded of the fact that it is today the second day of the 16 days against violence against women and children. Let's all be mindful of that as well. And we welcome this morning the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal in our midst to give evidence in relation to our subject matter. Welcome, Premier. Thank you very much for coming through this morning. So my next duty, Premier, is just to administer the oath. So are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Thank you, Chairperson of the Commission and all commissioners and evidence leaders. Yes, I'm prepared to take an oath.
Thank you very much. And once more, also thank you for the example that you are setting for all public office bearers to work together with the Commission as required in the Constitution. Premier, do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Premier. Premier, I'm joined on the panel on my left by Commissioner Belile Ntuli, and on my right-hand side by Commissioner Chris Nissen. Thank you very much. Over to the evidence team. I'm not sure who is going to lead. It appears to be Advocate Lloyd Lotz. He is our Provincial Manager Premier from KwaZulu-Natal. You might know that. And then next to him is Mr. Boang Jones. He is our Provincial Manager of the Commission in the province of Gauteng. Advocate Lotz.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, panel, and good morning, Premier, and thank you again for being here. Chairperson, before I hand over to my colleague, as a way of introduction, I believe that the Premier has a written statement. I guess he can attest to that he would read out. This morning, we do not have a copy of the statement because I guess it's an electronic statement, but I would request that the Premier can share that with us. We can arrange as to how that is sent to us, but I think we can proceed. We do not need to wait for it to come through. There is also a further challenge this morning, Chairperson, and that is I'm made aware that there are challenges with our emails. There's a challenge with the server of the Commission, but it's being attended to now, so perhaps we can proceed and we can have access to the statement in due course.
Yes, no problem with that. Premier, you may go ahead with the statement that you want to read.
Thanks. Maybe for ease of just logistics, I can provide a copy and request that you do copies. Thank you. I will proceed using the electronic version. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. You may proceed.
Thanks. Once again, greeting to the Commissioner and all commissioners, the evidence leaders, and all officials who are assisting the Commission. I'm with Ms. Tashni Naidu from the Office of the Premier in KwaZulu-Natal. She is the head of legal. Maybe one must start by saying that we intend to submit or to reflect on much publicized civil unrest which took place during the month of July and engulfed the entire province with devastating effects. Coming to the background, the civil unrest which took place in the second week of July 2021 in parts of KwaZulu-Natal is noted as one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our province, having led to massive destruction of infrastructure and the erosion of many of the gains in the economy over the recent years. The first explosion related to the civil unrest was on Friday, the 9th of July 2021, when at least 20 trucks were set alight and looted on the N3 in Moy River. It should be noted that this was not the first incident involving the torching of trucks on our national roads. Government had already started a process to engage with aggrieved truck drivers who had previously staged a blockade several times in part of the province before. The primary complaint in the past was that they didn't want South African freight logistic firms to hire foreign nationals as truck drivers. This was because of the conditions of employment. It's easy to employ someone from outside South Africa, and you avoid the minimum wage and benefits that are attached. So the matter is with, to complete it, it is with the national government, because we have engaged both the Department of Transport and the Department of Labor and Employment to deal with this issue, as some policies relate specifically to the National Department of Labor and Employment. We have learned that this latest incident of torching was not necessarily related to the grievances of the truck drivers. Instead, many messages on social media indicated that this was linked to the incarceration of former President Jacob Zuma, who had been taken into custody on Wednesday night of the 7th of July 2021. The imprisonment of former president followed the decision of the High Court on the 29th of June, ordering the former president to be imprisoned for 15 months for contempt of court. The Constitutional Court had found the former president guilty because he had disregarded its order to appear before the Commission of Inquiry into allegation of the state capture, which was headed by Deputy Chief Justice Raymond Zondo. The banning of trucks may have taken place after the former president entered the gates of Escort prison, but tensions had already been building up since the 29th of June 2021, from that day of the Constitutional Court. In the immediate aftermath of the Constitutional Court judgment, scores of supporters of the former president issued threat of a bloodbath and promised to form a ring of steel at the former president's Nkandla home. These groups said they would do everything to prevent the SAPS from taking the former president to a correctional services center to serve his sentence. The nation held its collective breath on Wednesday, the 7th of July, as the midnight deadline approached for the former president to hand himself over. Once the former president was taken into custody, we began noticing statements on social media platforms calling for his release. Sporadic incidents of protest were also reported, mainly via social media. It must be said, however, that the protest later took a new momentum that we as political leaders were not forewarned about or adequately prepared for. What had started as a few protests suddenly came together into a series of incidents of looting. The scale and speed of the looting was unprecedented and came with the public destruction of infrastructure. Malls, business premises, warehouses, and factories were among the targets, leading to easily the most destruction protest by residents of KwaZulu-Natal in the country's history. Even medical supplies were looted and government buildings were also identified as targets. While they were also threats to attack Port of Durban and Port of Richards Bay, these were not executed. The looting and destruction and burning of buildings and infrastructure was massive and affected the economy in a negative way. We must underline here that also the provincial government was targeted in the social media. We must also, on the role of law enforcement, before the outbreak, there was no information received from any crime intelligence structure on the imminent threats in KwaZulu-Natal, indicating its context, nature, and the need to prepare the security cluster's response accordingly. This means that while the Premier should ordinarily receive regular briefing, no briefing had ever warned of the impending large-scale events that took place during July 2021. It is also worth reporting that the province didn't at that time have a head of the state security agency. So there was no head in the province, and there was nothing provided to us. As the leader of government, we too relied on social media and mainstream media report for update and through a pamphlet that called for a planned shutdown, and that pamphlet was in the social media. The only briefing given to the Premier were from the MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison, and the Provincial Commissioner of the SAPS. And that briefing took place before the arrest of the former president, and that briefing was about what was expected and the state of readiness of police. But there was nothing coming from the intelligence to brief us. It was only on the 11th of July that the team from the state security briefed the Premier. The team was led by Mr. Grantham, who came from SSA in Pretoria. So he was coming from Pretoria to brief us. He came together with General Chika from KZN Provincial Crime Intelligence. According to that briefing, the main concern for the violence was to express dissatisfaction around the arrest of former President Jacob Zuma. The team called on us as the provincial government to do everything we could to calm down the situation. It must be noted that we received no briefing on possible scale, magnitude, and impact of the protest. However, as we observed the increased threat, we activated our JCPS cluster and began engagement with other members of the Executive Council. The Premier engaged the MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison and the Provincial Commissioner on beefing up security, and they committed that the police are monitoring the situation. Following the banning of trucks in Moy River, the Premier escalated the matter and engaged with the Minister of Police, who indicated that there were additional personnel to deal with the situation. Before and during the period of violence breakout, the Premier held constant briefings with the President, and by the 11th of July, the Premier pleaded with the President to deploy the army to restore order. Indeed, on the 12th of July, the President made the announcement that the army would be deployed to KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. On the 14th of July, the Premier, together with the MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison, met with Colonel Nyalunga, who was in charge of the SANDF team deployed in the province. The Premier raised a serious concern that notwithstanding the President's announcement that the army would be deployed, there was no presence of the army. The Premier and the MEC took Colonel Nyalunga around the affected areas. We took him around the affected areas so that he would see for himself the situation. The Premier further escalated the matter to the former Minister of Defense, who connected the Premier to a joint teleconference with the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary of Defense was of the view that there were more than 500 soldiers who had arrived by then. But in reality, there were about 150 only. The Premier convened a meeting of the SAPS, SANDF, and Metro Police and requested that they get together and strengthen their coordination. The meeting was later joined by the Minister of Police. On the 15th of July, the Premier convened another meeting, and at this stage, the meeting was joined by the provincial JCPS, Minister of Police, Minister of Defense, and Minister of State Security. The meeting received a briefing from the JCPS on plans to quell the unrest. Maybe, Chair, at this stage, let me proceed to deal with how we tried to respond to the outbreak of the violence as the provincial government. Our most immediate response to the crisis was to roll out communication through the office of the Premier. We hoped that through the public communication, we would be able to quell the violence by appealing to the protesters to reason and adhere to law and order. We were worried that the threat and the unfolding violence were creating uncertainty in the province and in the country. Based on the advice of the African National Congress in the province and members of the Executive Council, we issued a statement calling for calm. The Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster was convened to report and deal with issues and report to the Premier and the Executive Council. This was done from the 16th of July, the 20th of July, the 2nd of August, the 4th of August, focusing on the situation and various intervention efforts to quell down the unrest and prevent the looting. The briefings dealt with the extent and the nature of violence, incidents and areas affected by the unrest as it was unfolding. The reports also dealt with operational responses to the law enforcement agencies, deployment, reported cases, arrest, confiscated, and recoveries. Furthermore, it dealt with the impact on service delivery, the restoration of services, and other related interventions. The subsequent reports dealt with the post-mortem of the causes of the unrest and the remedial actions that were taken or were to be taken. Further to that, we then engaged with stakeholders. On the 15th of July, the Premier addressed the legislature by means of the executive statement on the developing situation within the province amid ongoing violent protest. On the 20th of July, the Premier visited the families of the victims killed in Phoenix. I must indicate that this while the Premier went there in Phoenix on the 20th, delegations from government had been visiting Phoenix even before that time, led by the minister as well as the MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison. On the 28th of July, the Premier convened the Social Cohesion and Moral Regeneration Council. The provincial government adopted the KwaZulu-Natal Intergovernmental Mitigation Plan to quell unrest. This was done on the 16th of July. The provincial government organized a peace walk from Phoenix to Bombay with an aim of encouraging social cohesion among the communities of those areas. The Premier supported the instability response plan of the JCPS and agreed that the necessary resources must be made available to implement the plan. The Premier directed that all members of the Provincial Executive Council must play an active role in communicating a strong message condemning violence and acts of criminality. In this regard, all members of the Executive Council were deployed to hotspots in affected communities in their respective districts. The Premier consulted all the major political parties in the KwaZulu-Natal legislature to build consensus and to speak in one voice to calm the situation and punish offenders. The Premier consulted members of civil society through Social Cohesion and Moral Regeneration Council on the 14th of July. The Premier also met on the 15th of July with Santaco, which is the association of the taxi industry. The President visited KwaZulu-Natal on the 16th of July. Premier consulted the KZN Council of Churches and leaders of the faith-based community on the 16th of July. The Premier also consulted the business community through the business chamber, the Durban Business Chamber, and other chambers in the district. The Premier endorsed and supported the engagement with the taxi industry and road freight and logistics sectors. On the 12th of August, the Premier held a meeting with the team on the issue of the economic recovery plan. In fact, that was on the 12th of August, The Premier endorsed the activation of the plan and the implementation. The community safe structures and the public protest rapid response team was also activated from the 12th of July onward. The Premier agreed that appropriate public messages must be issued discouraging unlawful acts of violence in the province. Engaging through media statements on the civil unrest, on the 4th of July, the Premier held a media briefing to update the KwaZulu-Natal citizens on COVID-19. During this briefing, the Premier urged all people to remain calm and to desist from massive gatherings and protest. On the 8th of July, the Premier held an intensive engagement with the media, calming the situation and calling on people to desist from mass gathering and mobilization, as this was also against COVID-19 restrictions. We issued a number of media statements and engagement, including the following: media statement on the province's response to civil unrest on the 12th of July, the report by the Premier to the legislature on the 14th of July, statement by the Premier on the incident that transpired during unrest and those who were looting on the 15th of July. KZN Premier condemns fake Facebook post on neighborhood watches on the 16th of July. visit to allegedly killed victims' families on the 20th of July, and a statement on condemning hate speech and racist video circulating on social media on the 30th of July. Just to reflect on also the state organs briefly, the province has intelligence coordinating committee, which is convened by SSA and crime intelligence within the SAPS. We can say with certainty that no forewarning was ever provided to the Premier and the Executive Council. The Interministerial Subcommittee on Public Protest, as chaired by the MEC for Community Safety and Liaison, is in place, but even itself, it was not forewarned. The cluster, as I referred earlier, normally get the report on the state of security and threat, but there was none. We do also have the structures that link us with eThekwini, especially as we have adopted the Operation Sugumasake, as well as the DDM, the District Development Model. So we work together and synergize plans, but we must also indicate that the information was not given to these structures. There are ad hoc reports to the political principal on potential threats, and those are reports that keep coming from time to time, but there was nothing to this effect. In terms of legal instrument in place for coordinated provincial government response to such violence and threat, as spelled out above, we have Chapter 9, Chapter 3 of the Constitution of our Republic, which requires all organs of the state to work together in ensuring peace in the country and for them to collaborate with each other. The Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, Chapter 11 of the Constitution, which provides for the provincial police oversight and promoting good relations between communities and police. The Civilian Secretariat for Police Service Act, providing for police accountability to provinces. With all of these in place, it is important to emphasize that the province does not have authority to command the police, and they are accountable to the National Commissioner and Minister of Police only. Equally, the province has no authority over any of the province's intelligence structures. They therefore provide briefing as and when they deem it necessary and in the form and quality they see appropriate. With regard to the review of effectiveness of security and law enforcement coordination, we must say that at the beginning, there was clear that there was no coordination of deployment of police and other security assets. The army and the security plans lacked synergy. Police visibility and capacity was the main challenge. This was as a result of poor processes by law enforcement who never in their operation predicted the intensity and the extent of violence. When the SAPS was deployed, there was no adequate capacity available to stop the unfolding situation from various deployed units. In particular, there appear to have been no adequate equipment to deal with public disorder so that there is the restoration of order. Report of involvement of members of law enforcement in the civil unrest undermine effort to deal with civil unrest. With regard to socio-economic impact, looking on both short and long term, the Premier noted the tragic and blatant disregard of COVID-19 regulations and impact of the unrest which resulted in the following: one, disregard of the rule of law, which also was accompanied by malicious damage to property, tarnish image of the province locally, national, and globally. Thirdly, erosion of social and moral fiber of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Fourthly, erosion of all our positive gains as the province in ensuring stability. Fifthly, destruction to economic activities in the province. 6, socio-economic impact. 8, impact on investor confidence. 9, loss of life. And 10, increased racial tension, especially in the aftermath of the reports of Africans having been killed in Phoenix, Chatsworth, and Northdale in Maritzburg. Let me draw to the conclusion by just presenting some of the lessons learned and our recommendations. We have been reminded of the urgency to address the prevailing socio-economic challenges facing our society, and those relate to poverty and unemployment. And critical to this point is the fact that socio-economic challenges are also still racialized, with blacks at the lowest of the ladder of social status. And whenever you have a conflict in the province, I must underline this problem, this becomes easily racialized. It will start from being the issue of who owns the economy, the white, but it then becomes the issue of Indians and Africans, which then becomes a serious challenge. But you can also refer to our reports. I think there's been a commission that investigated incidents of violence against foreign nationals. And it also talked to the issue of economic imbalance that affects the province and the extent in which poverty and unemployment affect social stability. COVID-19 itself presents several security risks as it fuels tensions. The recent Global Peace Index report released on the 17th of June paint a picture of rising tensions, protests, and violence across the world. This is in the context of lockdown, rising levels of poverty, lack of income, and others. South Africa's obsceneness, levels of inequality, and high level of youth unemployment, and therefore we remain with huge risk of, remains as huge risk to national security and stability. KwaZulu-Natal has renewed its partnership with the UN in order to help avert similar disasters in future and to address some of the root causes of violence and instability. We share the sentiment of the UN resident coordinator in South Africa, Mrs. Bekele Thomas, who during a visit to the province at the end of July remarked that, as I quote, people need a stake in the economy because then they will protect it and not destroy it, close quote. And by it, she was referring to the economy. If people participate in the economy, they will protect it and they will not destroy it. Now, the role of the UN, as we are mentioning, we have drawn them in to support us on social cohesion programs. There is no doubt that the high level of crime in South Africa and the view that the state is not harsh on wrongdoing fuel the lawlessness. The capacity of our law enforcement and security agencies to predict, anticipate, and deal with the riot and unrest needs serious, urgent attention. Maybe let me unpack this point. You will notice that in the statement we've indicated that for a period before the unrest, there was no head of the state security agents in the province. And we had not been receiving reports. And that tells you about the capacity. But we also deal with the capacity of the police service. And this is about the system and the resources that are given to them. We were told when we took the police and the SANDF around, we were told that the police in the province don't have adequate resources to deal with public disorder. Whether if you talk of water cannons, they are not there. And this is because maybe of lack of adequate allocation of budget. But you will also see that because of the system of how government works, where everything is national, I'm not saying everything must be decentralized, but I'm saying here, resource management to a certain point need to be devolved to provinces, especially within SAPS. If I may report, we have been briefed that even the crime intelligence report to national, then reporting direct to the provincial commissioner. They report structurally, they have to report to national. They only do report to the provincial commissioner through dotted lines, let me say so. And I believe the commission would say so. So structurally, there is a need for a review of that. There is a lack of resources for police, as I've mentioned before. But even those resources that are there, the effective management need to be reviewed. I'm saying this because when you go even to police station, as a premier, I've adopted a campaign called Operation Siyahlola. And through Operation Siyahlola, we visit state facilities which render services to the people. So we will one day visit the police station or visit the hospital to see effective functioning of those. But when you go to each and every police station, you will not go to a police station and you come out without a report that says there is a particular number of vehicles that are either broken, they are broken or with on repairs. And that takes a prolonged process, and it is because of the system for them to fix a broken vehicle. It looks like things have to go to national and all of that. So we do need to attend to that state of affairs. I don't believe it will help. And that the conditions need to be attended. I'm not going, but on your own, you can visit few areas, you will see for yourself. We do need to attend to the state of the allocation, management, effective management of resources within the police service. That also helps to ensure that the morale of police is at a high level. And for now, I don't believe we are at that level. I'm talking more about the systems, because the systems are important. Then they are important to inform the management, and the system need to be improved. There is a need for greater attention on the role of social media in promoting and circulating or coordinating civil unrest. More resources should be deployed there in terms of technical and human capacity. There is a need for better analysis of socio-economic environment and the mood in the country, and to put in place measures to ameliorate the negative sentiments in society against key institutions. There is a need for better understanding the impact of judgments which, although arrived at independently, can have impact on the functioning of the state. This analysis of judicial decision should not become an interference in the work of judiciary, but an analysis will better prepare the state and deploy adequate resources to address any possible threat. Overall, there is a need for better coordination and planning in the security cluster. There is a need to examine the capacity of the security agencies. The police are under-resourced. The SANDF seems to be struggling. I may also allude to the fact that they arrive and their vehicles are not relevant for urgent response. In this regard, I'm referring to SANDF. They will say, no, we are here, but for us to move from one point to the other, it will take them time because of the nature of the vehicles they use. To this extent, as the province, we had to plead with the private sector to donate cars and logistics for the army. And I'm sure you would have seen in the media, there was once an event where we handed over cars, which was donated through Durban Chamber of Commerce from various private sector companies to be used by the army. And that talks to the state of the army, the resources they have, as I've indicated with regard to the police. The law enforcement agencies need adjustment contingent plan to also cater for organized mass attack from internal sources and not just the normal police order, policing and crime. Improve coordination in the province and expand the reserve forces that can be summoned in future to deal with unrest. Our communities need to be educated on how to protect their communities, businesses, and themselves within the ambit of the law. Operational planning by the law enforcement agencies must cater for community participation in operations. Street-level policing should be implemented working together with existing community structures. The Department of Labor and the Department of Transport need to work with our provincial government and the logistic industry to address the long-standing challenge, which include grievances about the hiring of drivers who are non-South Africans. The hiring of non-South Africans in many other industries, like in the hospitality industry, remain a sore point to many South Africans and a threat to peace and stability in the province. To unpack this point, it is easy for hospitality industry to hire foreign nationals on the basis that they will not demand what South Africans demand as either the minimum wage or benefits. So it is not affecting the logistic industry only. It is affecting number of sectors. Be it, you can go to the fueling station, go to a hotel or restaurant, you will see that, though maybe the situation is changing a bit, but we do need to look on the issue of how to protect general employment for South Africans and without being xenophobic and isolating others. There is always a room to improve government communication, especially in such situations of disaster and emergency. There is a need for government from the presidency and the cabinet to a ward councillor and the public officials to communicate the same message and avoid contradictory messages or messages that can inflame tension. Chairperson and members of the Commission, that will be the end of my statement. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Premier. So the evidence team will now continue to put certain questions to you. I don't know who is going to lead. Is it going to be Mr. Jones? It appears. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Premier, for the opening statement. We will attempt, with the limited time we have, because we have scheduled the Premier of Gauteng and the Minister of Defense to appear before the hearing panel during the course of today. We will try to engage with your submission. I think it will be important to start off by asking the Premier the following. What is the role and relevance of the Office of the Premier in relation to crime in the province? What do you understand to be your role as the Premier in relation to crime in the province?
No, thanks. Firstly, the general role of the overarching role of the Premier and the Premier's office is to coordinate and ensure effective functioning of the State Department in the province. And therefore, when it comes to the issue of the role with regard to the dealing with crime, the Premier, working with the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, I must indicate it is called Community Safety and Liaison because the security part is managed nationally. So the Premier must work to ensure that through the department, community participate and ensure that we all fight crime. But secondly, we must ensure that we monitor the effectiveness of policy, but ensure also that from time to time, we engage with the Commissioner and the National Minister on issues of crime prevention.
From the reports you've received since assuming the role of the Premier, do we have effective policing in the province? How would you characterize the relationship between the police and communities in this province?
Thank you. I will say the relationship between the police and communities is not what it should be. It should be improved. But in a main, it is hindered by a number of issues that are on the side of the police. In KwaZulu-Natal, we have the police forums all over, which is our role. Establishment of community safety forums. We also have the provincial board. To that extent, we also have youth participation, the youth desk. So effectively, structures are in place, but that relationship which exists in terms of these structures is yet to translate to meaningful programs where there is a partnership in terms of policing. Yes, few areas have that, but generally, I would say the province need to improve on that. And I must qualify that to say, in most cases, you would find that that is hindered by resources and the systems where people could not direct police on what to do, where and when.
Premier, would you agree with the assertion that KwaZulu-Natal has a history of violence.
Yes, I would agree with that. And we've even in our presentation, I've made that the history of violence in the province still exists and it needs to be addressed.
What would you say are some of the deep-rooted issues that manifest this kind of violence that we have witnessed over the years?
Firstly, let me say, before I come to the question itself, we had the history of violence, which was between tribal areas. That was addressed. And later you had a history or the time where the province was engulfed by political violence. And I think it started to subside in the mid-90s, 96 in particular, or 97. There are areas, sectors, especially the transport sector, which is affected by violence. But what are the causes and how to address this? Firstly, we need to deal with the culture of violence. Challenges must not be resolved through violence. Even differences must not be resolved through violence. Hence, as the province, we are embarking strongly on social cohesion and moral regeneration. But secondly, the economic imbalance that affects the people of KwaZulu-Natal and the country at large create a fertile ground for violence, and we need to address that.
If I understand you well, Premier, are you saying if we do not sufficiently deal with the economic imbalances, violence will continue to persist in KZN?
Partly correct, but two things I've mentioned: moral regeneration and social cohesion. We must bring, in our concept of moral regeneration and social cohesion program, we are pursuing a focal area of building what we called the modern citizens. People who will be responsible of themselves, of their communities, who will inspire hope, people who would want to ensure that the community is united, act against any form of wrongdoing. So that is one thing that we must do. But at the same time and again, the level of poverty perpetuates tensions among communities.
To what extent has the KZN provincial government, under your leadership, to what extent has it attempted to dismantle the economic imbalances that continue to prevail in the province, where the majority of the citizens are not enjoying the benefits of what this province provides and has?
With limited powers because of policies, we have done a lot, but I must say the legislations are not allowing to do enough. We could have done enough.
Could you give just one example of a piece of legislation that is
I'll come to
inhibiting?
that.
Yeah.
I'll come to that. But let me start by saying, what is it that we've done? As provincial government, we have packaged interventions which could assist local communities to enter into economic activities at an even lower level. And that will be in a form of forming cooperatives and getting assisted to enter the businesses. And you will know, for small businesses, they are experiencing challenges, and there are four main challenges. The first will be access, or will be experience. The second will be access to finance to start up businesses. The third will be to ensure that they get sustainable market. The fourth is to ensure that they are mentored. Now, those we have been doing, we are trying. We have, right now, have a program that focuses on the youth called Youth Business Fund. It is assisting them. We have a program which we call Operation Vula, which entail funding small businesses. It should also assist to train them. It should also sustain, provide the market. Then we have supported them financially. We have, to an extent where we have an Operation Vula Fund. And for the financial year, for this financial year, we've made an allocation of more than 300 million to more than 1,000 cooperatives and SMMEs. So that's what we've done. But we can't sufficiently unlock the market. And the market is in the private sector. The market is government. And that because of policies around procurement, which are centralized nationally, we are unable to provide sufficient market. People who are in rural areas, you will see, let them plant and produce, and those products must help government to feed schools, nutrition program. Government can't do so because procurement process don't allow for that. Hence, we have been calling for the public procurement bill to be reviewed to ensure that it assists local people, not to have something that is reserved for individuals, but something that is open and people are able to participate in their own area and participate so that they will have something to sustain their livelihood. Yeah. So we've tried our best in that regard. A number of submissions, including to the ministers in the Department of Finance, have been made to that effect.
No, thank you for that, Premier. Government is the biggest procurer of goods and services. To what extent have you used your role as the Premier to ensure that you transform the economic reality of the majority in KZN through public procurement?
Public procurement, we have identified it as an instrument to change the economic imbalance. But through Operation Vula Fund, we said, let us support SMMEs. Let us have a program that is designed to support SMMEs and cooperative per department. We've done so. One of the programs we did was e-Gula. E-Gula program, where we are supporting SMMEs in transport. But the problem, as you implement it, because here we are saying this is set aside for SMMEs, then Auditor General will come in and say set-asides are not accepted. You will try to have preconditions in that, preconditions, and they would say your preconditions are not correct because you are excluding other racial groups. I can furnish you with the AG's report to that effect. That also instills fear among the public servants, because once Auditor General says this is not accepted, it means that official have done something wrong.
No, thank you, Premier. I'll move on to the events of July. Is it correct that you are also the head of a political party in the province?
Yes, I'm the head of the African National Congress.
The reason I'm asking this is because some of the questions may touch a bit on your role as the political head in the province. So immediately after the announcement of the sentencing of President Zuma, there was a public and vocal outcry. And subsequent to the outcry, there were also public declarations by various individuals and organizations threatening to render the country ungovernable and unworkable. As the Premier of the province, were these messages that were doing the rounds on social media, were these messages brought to your attention immediately after the announcement of the sentencing of the former president?
Yes, they were brought to our attention by the communication unit. Hence, I underlined and emphasized that we use also the media to engage and discourage people from such acts.
As these messages were going viral, did you engage with the president? Did you engage with the Minister of Police, the Provincial Commissioner of Police? Who did you engage with in relation to these messages? Which in many respects served as an early warning of what could happen.
As I indicated earlier, when these messages emerged, I think a week before, we were having a press conference on issues of COVID-19. And I met with, during that day, we had a meeting with the commissioner and the MEC.
Which commissioner?
Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, and the MEC on how to deal with this situation. And they were saying they will get the additional capacity. And at that time, it must be understood, we were looking around the issue of Inkandla, not throughout, because the messages were about saying we will not allow President Zuma to hand himself over. And we will form a ring to ensure that nobody goes in and take him. So we engaged with the commissioner on how to deal with that situation. He said, yes, there are plans, they are adding police, but he's in touch with the national commissioner as well.
So it would be incorrect then to say you were not forewarned, correct?
As I'm saying, we were not forewarned. We were not told of any threat except what we saw in the social media.
But in your assessment, isn't that a threat enough? Isn't that an early warning that as the Premier of the province, I should engage with the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster on the messages that we are picking up, that given the history of the province, given the stature of the president and the concerns that were raised by his supporters?
You are quite correct, and that's what we did. We did so by engaging. The chairperson of the cluster in the province is the MEC for Community Safety and Liaison.
Yeah.
So we engaged them. But we did engage the minister as well, nationally, the Minister of Police. And I've made that clear in the statement. We're always engaging them on the situation. So the cluster was engaged.
So you were forewarned?
We were forewarned not by the intelligence, but by the social media, yes.
No, that's helpful. Thank you, Premier.
And I must qualify, we were forewarned and we responded to that. Firstly, we responded through the media to discourage people from gatherings or protest. Secondly, we called for calm. But thirdly, we engage relevant structures.
Thank you. Did you by any chance directly engage with the former president as these messages were doing the rounds and he had not formally handed himself over?
Myself, in the capacity of being the chair of the ANC and the secretary of the ANC, we did meet the former president. I think it was Saturday of that week leading to his incarceration. We went to his homestead in Nkandla, and we engaged with him on this issue. And our take was that whatever happened, we should, as leaders, try to ensure that there is no bloodbath.
No, thank you. Would you agree that following the sentencing of the former president, that an opportunity was missed by the police to conduct a thorough threat and risk assessment, which could have prevented the unrest, the looting, loss of life in July?
I believe so. The police and the other agencies within the security cluster should have done so.
Many of our public office bearers made pronouncements in relation to the unrest, and specifically the president, who characterized it well. I'll start here. The president, on the 11th of July, 2021, the president, in his address, said the acts of violence were based on ethnic mobilization. What is your response to this statement? Or what did you make of this statement by the president?
Well, I think the statement on itself, on its own, was not correct, because these were people who were mobilizing from all over. Of course, because former President Zuma comes from KwaZulu-Natal, it was also characterized, others wanted to characterize it as if it's something ethnic. It wasn't at all. And therefore, that statement was not accurate. Hence, the president later withdrew that statement.
Well, thank you. And you've sort of answered my question, because I wanted to also understand why did the events in relation to the unrest only happen mainly in two provinces, KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. In your view, having reflected over the unrest, why do you think these events were mainly confined in these two provinces?
There is interconnectedness between KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. Gauteng being the main center of the economy and economic activities, KwaZulu-Natal being one of those that are populous in terms of number of citizens. And therefore, you will find that there are a number of people from KwaZulu-Natal who stays in Gauteng province. And that, what happened in KwaZulu-Natal, easily get transported to Gauteng, and what happened in Gauteng easily get back to KwaZulu-Natal. And that's why KwaZulu-Natal was heavily affected, but also Gauteng was impacted by this, by the unrest.
No, thank you, Premier. According to media reports, the unrest began in the late hours of 8 July and early hours of 9 July, where there were blockades on the N3, particularly around the Moy River area. Given that we've had incidents of blockades of the N3 in and around Moy River, would you agree that the police could have better managed the situation given their knowledge of the modus operandi of protesters along the N3 Moy River Road?
Yes, I will agree with you on that, but I must also qualify. The issue of truck drivers, by that time, we believe we were of a view that we were dealing with it. And I must say that in KwaZulu-Natal, we established even a task team that work with these organizations. So the issue of the arrest of the former president took us as if it's going to be affecting the areas around Inkandla and the arrest only, but then escalated to the whole of the province. And I think while the police should have focused also in Moi River, but the more concentration was unfortunately around Nkandla.
Thank you, Premier. I'll bring you closer to the events that happened in Phoenix and other areas in Durban. At the time of the unrest, the Minister of Police was very visible. During his site visits here in Durban, was the minister accompanied by the MEC for community safety? Or was the minister alone? Or did you at any point accompany him to some of the affected areas?
The minister was always, I believe in most cases, with the MEC. MEC for community safety and liaison. But I must say there was always a communication between myself and the minister. So we were working together. And we would not be in one area at one, all of us, because we needed to spread ourselves, as I indicated even in the statement, that all MECs were tasked to go to areas where there are champions, so that they address communities there.
And this would include the mayors? Or it was just only instructions to the MECs?
While it was instruction to the MECs, the Premier also engaged all mayors through the Premier's Coordinating Forum, and the mayors were also requested to brief their excos and to go out and encourage the message of peace and people to desist from protest and unrest.
Premier, are you aware of statements and videos attributed to the current mayor of eThekwini? Statements and remarks he made in relation to the unrest and the arrest of the former president?
Yes, I have seen some of the messages, and some of them I've even checked. And when you check, you will find that in some cases you speak. And when you speak, you make a full statement, and someone just grab a certain part of your statement without taking the whole statement and present it as such, and pick the certain part, clip that, and then circulate it. And I think in that regard, that video clip or that message from the mayor was not the entire message. In fact, when you speak and say, we must not do 1, 2, 3, and people cut you and take the part they want and manipulate it. And it's one of the things that we saw happening. Hence, we are saying we must look on the role of the social media as well.
Would you say some of these social media messages fueled racial tensions, the killings, and the rampant looting that we witnessed?
Yes. Some of the messages were messages like there are people from townships who are going to attack Indian communities. And those messages were wrong. But I must also underline that the killing of people was unfortunate. The Phoenix massacre is the worst we have seen in KwaZulu-Natal, maybe after a decade, where we thought violence have been addressed.
How would you characterize the relationship between the African and Indian community in KwaZulu-Natal and Durban in particular?
It is still characterized by racial tensions, lack of cooperation, and cooperation is at a high level. We at a leadership level will understand that we are building a non-racial society. We must be tolerant. We must engage and be together. But when you go to a lower level, the message has not gone down well and been internalized. Hence, a need to drive a program that will bring the two communities together. I think that is very important.
Would you say the roadblocks, barricades that were set up and community checkpoints exacerbated these racial tensions?
They did. I must say that the way people who are residing in these areas, Africans, you find that some of them were not allowed to pass and go to their own houses, their own homes. So I think it exacerbated. Some people would want to pass to go to either shops or fueling stations, and they were killed. And I think it exacerbated this the racial tension.
Premier, when an African comes to an area like Phoenix and they are scrutinized, their cars are searched, some get attacked, some get killed, and another racial group comes, nothing happens to them, and they're allowed to pass. In your view, what is this?
Well, in essence, it brings back, one, the kind of a Group Areas Act, where some communities are not allowed to stay in a particular area, which our Constitution does not allow. And I think we should take that point. But also, it deepens racial tensions. It underlines that we are not yet an integrated society that we should be.
Isn't this racism or racial profiling?
It is racial profiling, and it is based on how you characterize another person. And that's why I've said that at a leadership level, or at a level where, whether you talk of the leadership at the level of NGOs or institutions of higher learning, government and all, we have internalized and accepted that we are building one nation. But when you go down, that has not found expression.
Did these communities who set up barriers in the name of stopping people who had looted items at business parks, in your view, did they have any legal standing to impose restrictions on the movements of people?
Not at all. They had no legal standing, and it was wrong, not accepted.
Is this type of conduct, in your view, of restricting people and not allowing them to exercise their right to freedom of movement, would this type of conduct be consistent with the Constitution?
It is not consistent with the Constitution, and it is wrong.
You earlier also characterized the killings as a massacre, the killings in Phoenix. Some have suggested that the indications were there of a possible massacre. Was the MEC for Community Safety or even the mayor aware of the impending killings of mainly Africans in Phoenix?
No, they were not aware, and I'm sure they would have briefed us. What happened was just the eruption of this. Firstly, the social media use, which perpetuated messages, wrong messages, but secondly, a wrong reaction from those who barricaded roads, from those who killed people there.
Some of the members of the Justice, Crime, Prevention and Security Cluster and the President characterized the events of July as a failed insurrection. Do you agree with the statements that it was a failed insurrection?
Firstly, an insurrection is something that is done to take over government, I believe. Secondly, I think if this was not addressed earlier, it would have been escalated to that point. Because if the mobilization you saw in KwaZulu-Natal and partly Gauteng escalated to other areas, it would have culminated into some form of insurrection where government has no authority. So it would, I'm not sure whether we would say it was an insurrection or it was some kind of a start which was dealt with and addressed.
As the Premier of the province, did you at any point feel that your position was threatened and you are about to be overthrown?
I wouldn't say there was a feeling of being overthrown because all systems were in place. It was a question of ensuring that we address the protest and ensure calm. And I wouldn't say there was a point where we went to address communities and we were rejected. We went all over speaking to Amakosi. In my statement, I've narrated number of sectors that we engaged. We engaged the traditional leaders, we engaged the taxi industry, we engaged political parties in the legislature, we engaged business community. All of them were united in saying, let us enforce the law. All of them, they were saying, let us work together to calm the situation. So even those who were looting, if you go there, you address them and say, stop these things, others just run away. So there was no point where we felt that we were under siege to a point of being overthrown.
So it cannot be true that this was a failed insurrection, correct?
Look, it depends on how you characterize. This is based on assumptions. What do you assume? As I said, you may say it's a failed insurrection if you conclude that if it continued, it would have reached a point where the South Africa becomes ungovernable and people render the state dysfunctional. But it was not yet at that stage.
Premier, when did you visit the affected areas to calm the situation and to try and unite communities affected by the unrest?
There are two areas that we would say were affected. The first is the business areas that were affected. So when this started, I think it was on the 9th, if I'm not mistaken, where there were incidents that took place in Moy River, where trucks were banned. I engaged and sent the MEC for community safety and liaison to go and see, mobilize police, and ensure that the area is addressed. The MEC Nkonyeni was there on the 9th. MEC Pillay was there. And from there, we were working, deploying each other until the end.
Shouldn't you have been more visible as the #1 citizen of the province during this crisis situation?
I would say I was all over. I think from that time, from the 8th, we were calling. If you will look on our record, I think on the 8th, we were all over, trying to understand what's happening, engaging. I think on the 8th, we engaged extensively through the media with the community of KwaZulu-Natal calling for calm. And throughout, we were on the ground thereafter engaging with communities. On that day, firstly, I must say on the 9th, I think MEC Nkonyeni and MEC Pillay went to the area that was affected. We thought this was subsiding, but when it also escalated on Monday, where there was a shutdown, on Tuesday, I was all over. On that day alone, I met Kenela Nyalunga, who, from where I stand, was not clearly appreciating or comprehending what was happening on the ground. I took him together with MEC Nkonyeni. We took him to various industrial parks. Literally for himself, he would see people looting and all of that. We went from that meeting, we went to Cato Ridge area. We also proceeded to Pinetown Industrial Park. We also came to the area that is in the industrial park. It's called River Horse Industrial Park. So we were all over trying to address the situation.
As you were doing the rounds to assess the situation, did you see any members of the South African Police Service?
They were with us, including the POP, Public Order Police, were with us, together with the commander of the army, who was assigned here.
No, I understand that they would have to be with you as you are narrating and telling us about your discussions with the colonel. But as you are going to River Horse, did you see police when you got there? When you went to Phoenix, when you went to Chatsworth, when you went to other areas, did you find police?
When we went to Cato Ridge, we were there, and we were the only people who came there, and the police came because we called them. They were not there. And when we came to Pinetown, it was because of that mobilization. But in River Horse, they were there, police were there. It's just that they were stretched by what was happening.
Overstretched, overwhelmed? Would you?
Yes, overstretched and overwhelmed with no means to deal with the situation. I must underline one point here. There was also a complaint from the police about means to deal with the situation. Because on one side, they could not use live ammunition. They could not. And on the other hand, they had no resources to deal with public disorder.
Is it like water cannons?
Water cannons were
stun
not
grenades?
there. Yes, that wasn't there. Water cannons, in fact, I can attest, we were engaging with police, and they were clear that they had no enough equipment to deal with the situation.
Even rubber bullets?
I wouldn't be sure of rubber bullets, but I know that water cannons were not there.
Yeah.
And at some point, we were told that in the province, there are 2 water cannons. But I must say that when I went to these 3 areas or other areas, I didn't see any water cannon that was deployed.
Did the reinforcement or the presence of the South African National Defence Force help to quell the unrest and curb incidents of looting?
It tried, it helped. It helped, I would say so. Because in some areas, you'll find that people were still looting. And when the police and the army comes in, they will run away.
Premier, you've highlighted a number of things, the triple challenges, the triple burdens of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. You've also highlighted what you think could have been some of the causes of the unrest. And some of these issues cannot be addressed overnight. Would you say, given what you've said, that SAPS was overstretched, they are not well resourced, they were overwhelmed, and there were no intelligence reports, we still have all these socio-political issues. Would you say the province or the country is ready to deal with an unrest of a similar nature?
I would say we are on alert. We can deal with this kind of mobilization and protest. But a lot need to be done. A lot need to be done. I think police need to be trained on public order, on maintaining public order and deal with such kind of things. Enough resources must be given to police to manage this situation. A need to review maybe the safety strategy as a whole under the defense force, because you will find that maybe the defense force is located in a particular area and far away from certain centers that are critical. I believe economic hubs are critical. And that's where key institutions that serves the community are located. And that's why you will find that maybe in Durban, you've got it's an economic hub, but you will find SABC, institutions of higher learning, airports, and all of that. But you find that the army is far from that. And I think not to militarize the society or policing, but to be alert and always be around the key national point is important.
No, thank you, Premier. I'll hand over to Advocate Lotz.
No, thank you very much. Premier, I've just got a few questions. I don't think we'll be too long. However, it will depend on the answers. Maybe as a follow-up to what Mr. Jones was asking you, I think in your response, you also said that, if I got you correctly, that SAPS even complained to you in as far as not being able to use live ammunition and the like. Now, we heard evidence last week, Premier, about members of SAPS being instructed to stand down. And we are actually trying to get to understand as to whether that was indeed an instruction given. We are still to further question the National Police Commissioner next week and the KZN Provincial Commissioner of SAPS. However, having said what you said, I just wanted to check with you, especially given the fact that you were on the ground, you are visible, which is highly commended, and you were also in the presence of SAPS. Did you at any point hear of any such of an instruction?
No. In fact, it's one point that I have to clarify, and I think I saw that report in the media, and I want to be categorical, it's unfounded. Because when I was with police, or when we call police, you will find one message. They will say, hey, we are still dealing with this situation here, but we have then to leave here to rush to where you are saying we must go. And police were overstretched. And at no point I heard an instruction or any of them saying we have been given an instruction not to act. No one among them, including those who were in Pietermaritzburg and including those who were around Durban. We would say to them, what is happening, why you are not there? And they will say, some are there, some are there, and we are overstretched. But at no point I got a message that says they were instructed not to act. And I would like Ms. Melina Vaness to qualify that statement. Because for me, that statement is wrong. I have not seen anyone. I was on the ground and police were trying to run all over. I'm not saying, or I'm not defending police. I'm saying, firstly, they were overwhelmed, not trained to deal with this kind of unrest, didn't have resources. But beside that, let us also be emphatic on what happened. Let's be realistic. I didn't hear anyone saying so.
No, thanks for that, Premier. I think it does assist us greatly. Another point that I wanted to get to, since it's also linked to, I think, your responses, especially in relation to the presence of the SANDF. We did also hear from the Pietermaritzburg or the Durban Chamber, and I think you've also touched on it as well, in as far as how there was some sort of assistance given to the SANDF in as far as vehicles. We also heard of accommodation and other things being donated or given to the SANDF from the private sector. I just wanted to do your comment on that, perhaps maybe a reflection, because given that the army is, of course, it's a state institution, and I also understand that we were dealing with a situation that's highly unprecedented. Perhaps the question really is, perhaps in clarifying that, would you say that, or would you deem the assistance that has been provided as appropriate at the time, in as far as the army getting such assistance from the private sector?
Yes, it was appropriate, given the desperation that was there, working with no enough resources. And I must say that the army was so grateful and thanked the private sector and the KwaZulu-Natal government for that support. I must say that we worked together with the chambers, especially the Durban Chamber, which is the one that coordinated that support. And I was there when that support was handed over to the army. And you would see for yourself that they needed that support.
Thank you, Premier. There's been numerous reports, I guess, with regards to the deaths or the number of people that actually lost their lives during this unprecedented time. And of course, I need to highlight that because in as much as there were areas that were acutely affected, such as Phoenix, Pietermaritzburg, and others, however, there were other deaths. As the Premier, and of course, we are aware that there's also a ministry that's responsible for the government mortuaries in the province. Has there been any attempt, and perhaps you could clarify as to whether there is any form of statistic for KZN in as far as the number of people that lost their lives during the unrest?
Yes, I think both the police and the Department of Health did issue statistics, and we can provide the commission with those statistics if necessary, because the health comes in terms of mortuary and examining the deceased, so we can provide the report on that.
Okay. It would be of great assistance, Premier. We'll definitely be awaiting that. Now, as Mr. Jones was taking you through some questions with regards to some of the acutely affected areas, and you were quite emphatic about how those that lost their lives and those that were racially profiled, etc. And I think you used the word, it's unacceptable, it's against the Constitution, restriction of movements, etc. We've heard those reports, we've heard that evidence as well, and we are getting submissions about such. Now, Premier, I would then perhaps like to check with you as to whether you deem what happened, especially, and I'll cluster these as you've put it as well, in as far as there was racial profiling, restrictions, etc. Would you, especially for those that died, perhaps let me focus on those that actually lost their lives during the course and scope of the roadblocks, barricades, etc. Would you classify that as serious violations of human rights against those that lost their lives?
Yes, we will. I can clarify that a serious violation of human rights. Firstly, everyone has a right of free movement anywhere in the country, but everyone has a right to life and to live. And I think it's a violation of those human rights.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Premier, because I think I'd like to add that further to what you've just said now, the state even has a duty in terms of Section 7 of the Constitution, and I'd like 7.3 of the Constitution, or rather 7.2 of the Constitution, my apology, where it goes on to say that the state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights in the Bill of Rights. And of course, you have said that it's somewhat common cause that SAPS was overstretched, overwhelmed. However, that does not take away the duty that the state has in terms of protecting. And I'm in no way saying that the police should be in every corner, in every street, because that's impossible. But where I'm going, Premier, is that some of the victims have been calling for justice. We are also happy to know that some of the cases are before court, and some people have been saying it's criminality, etc., and it must be dealt with. And people are looking for justice and accountability. But at the same time, there's also a call for reparations. I don't know if you have a view on that, given the seriousness of the violations, as you've also just agreed there to. Do you have a view on that? Because I think it's been raised by some of the victims. Some people have lost property. Some people can no longer work in the way they used to work. Cars were damaged. Limbs were lost, etc. And there's been that call. I don't know if Premier has any comment or view on that.
Well, I think it must be considered that the call for reparations must firstly be clearly unpacked and justified. And maybe it might be case by case, but let me start with those who lost their lives. As government, we've intervened to support the families. We try to ensure that we support them in terms of burial cost and everything. Of course, that is not a reparation. We ensure that also we embark on a program to ensure coexistence of the affected communities. Hence, in Phoenix, we will be erecting a monument in honor of those who died. Hence, we are going to have a peace garden, which we are on plans to work on and establish in Phoenix. So that's one part. But if you say reparations for various areas, let me say you come and park your car outside here. You will not expect police to be all over guarding and protecting your car. I think it will be unfair of us. If you've got a warehouse, you also have a responsibility to ensure that that warehouse is protected. Hence, most of the people in the private sector having warehouses or factories, they will equally have their own private security. Now, if you would want to take it to that level, you must also take your own responsibility. And I think government tries its best to ensure conducive environment for business to thrive. But also business has a responsibility to play. And therefore, I wouldn't stretch to that level. Government may only look on those who lost their life, how to assist them. But any claim after that, I don't believe it would be justified, because most of the things that were done should have been also secured by the private sector. But having said that, I'm not negating the role of the state in coordinating and ensuring response. If you are running a factory and you see someone encroaching or invading your factory, your own security is a first line of defense, but thereafter you can then call for police to come in. And then there should be a response by the police. Now, to put aside that element and shift the blame to government and call for reparation, I don't think it will be fair.
Okay, thank you very much, Premier. I think I'm drawing to a close, Chair, to the questions that I have. Perhaps just another one, which would be another area that was acutely affected, and that is the Khan Road settlement in Pietermaritzburg, Northdale. And as you probably are aware, we did hear that a number of settlements were torched in that settlement. I think the figure, if I recall well, was 65. And one of the things that was asked to the victims is what sort of assistance was rendered to them or given to them once, you know, they had that particular challenge in as far as losing everything. You could imagine informal structures, but people have their entire livelihood there, lost their IDs. Some were even saying they couldn't vote. Some were saying they were still awaiting for some sort of government assistance. One thing that was made clear to, and I'll be corrected by the chair, and if I captured this incorrectly, but was that the assistance that they received, it was actually framed as just receiving mattresses. And we heard reports of people sleeping on the floor, on the ground rather, and they were promised all sorts of assistance, and they had not received much of assistance. And they were also quite elaborate on how the local municipality had not done much. Perhaps it's something that we are raising with you as the first citizen, as the Premier, perhaps as a concern. I mean, if it's true, it's still, I mean, it's evidence that that was led, and we are still obviously trying to really determine as to how much was done. But of course, we do note that there was some assistance from the private sector and some of the community members. Funds were raised and some structures are being erected. So I don't know if you've got a comment, but I'm just raising that because I think it was a concern that I thought that should be highlighted for you, for your attention as well.
Yes, and I must say that on the 25th of September, we were we were around that particular area. Firstly, they were supported. You are saying they were only given mattresses. Yes, but there was also some from communities who assisted in trying to rebuild those shacks. But as government, we have to ensure that we embark on the process of assisting with building houses there for those communities. And that's what we have implored the municipality of Umsunduze to work on.
No, thank you very much. I think that's encouraging. Lastly, Premier, I think around the unrest, and I think you were taken through, and in fact you took us through your role prior to the height of the unrest, during the unrest and post. There were sort of major reports, and the Commission also received some information to this regard of, especially during the height of the unrest, there was challenges of food security or threats of food security, and the vulnerable in particular. I think the President even made an announcement of assistance that would be given to communities, the vulnerable, and as a form of immediate food relief, as there were reports of increased hunger during that time. I'd just like to hear from you as to whether the provincial government, in as far as what it did to ameliorate, because I think especially the plight of the poor is something that is quite concerning. So I'd just like to get your comment on that, please.
Yes, thanks. We tried our best to ameliorate the plight of the poor through the program of social relief of distress together with the MEC for social development, MEC COSA. This included also the support from Solidarity Fund, and affected areas were given food packs as part of that support. It was an intervention, and we are convinced it would have not been enough, but it was to assist because of the situation.
Thank you very much, Premier. Chair, I've got no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a few questions from our side. I will start, Premier. The first is that we have both the CEO of the Pietermaritzburg and Midlands Chamber of Business, as well as the CEO of the Durban Chamber of Business, Ms. Palesa Pili, who testified before us, and in the case of the Pietermaritzburg CEO, she is saying that generally they have a good relationship with the police, and it is her job also to make contact with them and other role players. But when the police was called upon, when the unrest started and affected the businesses there in Pietermaritzburg, then there was literally no response. That was her words. And in the case of the CEO of the Durban Chamber of Business, she went as far as to say that for 2 days the Metro Police was on their own. There was good cooperation with the Metro Police and so on, but they were on their own. The police basically during the height of the unrest were, she goes further than saying that they were overwhelmed, overstretched. She basically said they were absent. You want to comment on that, please?
Thank you. As I've commented before, I will agree with you and agree with her sentiment, especially Ms. Pali Sapiri. They were overstretched, and you will see that you've got maybe few police there against thousands and thousands of looters. And even some will even say, we can't stop this, we don't know what to do.
Thank you very much. Then, as far as evidence before us of various people is concerned, including the Commissioner of Police, who will come back to us and give further evidence, but he was specifically asked whether, in his view, the July unrest was planned or spontaneous. And his answer was, as the police commissioner, that it was indeed planned. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think it was planned, orchestrated as a mobilization around Nkandla to say former president must not be arrested, but it escalated. So I would say it was planned.
So, what are the indicators for you that indicates that it was planned?
Well, firstly, in as far as the incarceration of former president, there were people who were there guarding or ensuring that, trying to ensure that they form what they will call a protection for him to go. That's a first. But what I would say, the social media, the way it was used, it showed that there were people who would just issue messages around.
And the escalation, was that also planned in your view?
The escalation was, and I think myself and MEC Pillay, when we met with one company, they've got their own security system. That shows that there is someone who's coming in, break the part of the wall or the glass, comes in, and thereafter you will see a lot of people coming in. So you will see that in that video of theirs.
Thank you very much. So we have had, I think it was either the Commissioner of Police or the Minister of Police that said at some point, we know who these people are that actually planned that we have 12 names. But since then, we haven't heard much about these 12 names. Do you know by now who?
No, I don't know.
planned?
I don't know, and the minister have not given me anything.
Thank you very much. Then just in terms of the social cohesion program that you have mentioned earlier, can you give us maybe social cohesion and what is the other
Moral
part?
regeneration.
Yes, moral regeneration. Can you share with us certain specific interventions that has been done through this particular program that has been done?
Thank you. We have met at a level of the province already. We have encouraged interactions. So there is dialogue between the affected areas. There is a committee composed of 5-5, initiated by Minister Cele. We embraced it rather than change it and establish the new. We work with that to ensure dialogue between the communities. We have had a peace walk from Phoenix to Inanda Pambai area. We have encouraged policing there to be intensified. We are planning to erect a monument of peace with the names of all of those who died. We are planning to have a peace garden in that area, which join and will be co-owned by the community of Phoenix and the community of Amawoti and Pambai.
Thank you very much, Premier. Can you share with us maybe the impact, as you see it, of the unrest on specifically the informal business sector, as well as on health, the vaccination program, and education. And then I also want to ask you whether, you know, this impact has been completely mitigated yet. So it's specifically the impact on the informal business sector, health, the vaccination program, education, and the mitigation thereof.
It has not been completely mitigated or addressed. The impact is huge. It cannot be addressed over a period of 3 to 6 months. You had some schools that were vandalized or burned. And it would take us time to build those schools. You must and you should know, you'll find that there was no expectation of that, and therefore no pre-budget set for that. Secondly, during that period, number of vaccination sites had to be closed, except of those that are located in hospitals. And the vaccination program was disrupted seriously. And you will see that KwaZulu-Natal is among those that have been rated low in terms of vaccination. So the impact is still felt. Small businesses and informal business suffered a lot. I will talk of one area that I've been working in I think, Umkanyagute. One small market was burnt down, completely down. And that market, you'll find that in that market, you used to have stalls for women in that area who would go and sell, and they get income to sustain their families. We have to go to an extent of getting them temporal shelters, get gazebos, so that they are able to sell. So the impact is severe on small businesses and the informal sector. That's why also, because in some areas you will find that not restaurant per se, but tech shops and other things were looted. That's why the Department of Economic Development is initiating a process of a particular relief that will help those people to get either stock or something that will help them to get back into operation. Then they will be able to sustain themselves. It's not a grant per se, it's something like a loan, soft loan to assist them so that they will also be back into operations.
Thank you very much. That's all from me. Commissioner Thuli.
Mr. Premier, good morning.
Good morning.
I just have one question for you, if not two. The first one relates to this idea of the modern citizen that you mentioned as a way to build better. Could you explain further what this concept means and what it entails?
Thank you. A concept of modern citizen that we are trying to pursue for KwaZulu-Natal is about ensuring that we bring back Ubuntu, we bring back responsiveness among the people, but we bring back, or we try to ensure that people have space to unleash their potential. Then deal with anything that is wrong afflicting the society, be it drugs, be it destructive and violent protest. So we would want communities on their own to be empowered, to be responsible, and to provide leadership in their own areas. We're doing that through bringing all stakeholders together. Business, religious in particular, academia, traditional leaders, sports fraternity, and government. Bring them together to work in all districts around these programs.
Now, Mvelase, you will know that historically, government has been accused of coming up with concepts that seem at the level of theory, at theoretical level, to be quite brilliant and well packaged, but then lack impact when it comes to implementation and practicality. In what ways is this idea of the modern citizen going to be different to any other concepts and programs that government would have initiated to deal with the issues that this has been envisaged to deal with?
We foresee having local ambassadors, people who outside of government, because of what you say, but also because of people's perception that government comes and speak and then leave. We would want to partner and have local ambassadors who will ensure the implementation with government support, with the private sector support, going from area to area, ensuring that we are working on this program. So it will not only be government-driven, the community themselves, the sports fraternity, cultural industry, but business must play a role. All of us, we do need to build responsive citizens.
Ngiyabonga. Okokugcina-ke is the question of the tensions that you raised between the different communities, particularly as it pertains to Phoenix and what happened in Phoenix. You mentioned, my colleague asked you what it is that has been done to bring these communities together under the auspices of social cohesion, and you mentioned dialogues and various teams or groupings that have been established that represent the different communities to then speak together, and a peace march, I believe, and a monument that will be established. We have heard in the 2 weeks that we have been here from various members of the different communities, and it is quite clear to us that those tensions still prevail. There is either a very clear indication that the tensions are there and there's a lot of trauma amongst the various members of the different communities, or a denial by some members of the communities that such tension exists. In your observation, having established these various initiatives, do you think they have worked, and do you think they are enough to deal with these deeply entrenched tensions that are based in history?
Well, it's not going to be overnight. It's going to be a process. Firstly, for those communities who suffered, they must see justice applied, and therefore the perpetrators must be held accountable and be punished. At least they will be consoled. We must then get into the community level, as we did, bring all of them together, try to heal, and try to ensure that they live together. That includes working around the issue of coexistence and have exchange programs. One of those that we held was also addressed by the deputy chair of the provincial Moral Regeneration and Social Cohesion Council, Bishop Ruben Phillips. The sport activities, the sport tournament from communities of Amawoti, Bambai, and those of Phoenix. But it's not going to be overnight. It is entrenched, and therefore we will need to deal with it. One point that I didn't address attached to this, we don't need to pay attention to the level of drugs in these communities. And that's one area that needs attention.
No, ngiyabonga. That's all from me, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Premier, thank you so much. We, early on, not in the week, last week and this week, and even today, we're talking about a memorial in terms of the Phoenix, Bambai, and Amoti area. And thank you so much that you've mentioned that, and because I think part of the symbolic nature of a memorial is it reminds people, and whenever people pass, they will remember that. And I'm when thinking about it, I can just hear the words of the late president, never and never again. and I think that is what we must all work towards, to say never and never again. You've touched on what I call the forgotten, and that is the spaza shops. You've touched on that because, again, we sometimes concentrate on the industrial park, the big businesses and all those things, and the very heart of economic activity in supporting people in the townships are the spaza shops that also, suffered tremendously. Your issue, Premier, around the police stations, there is a program within the Human Rights Commission, which the Human Rights Commission is the coordinator. It's called the National Preventive Mechanism, and currently we have a team at the moment visiting police stations in KZN. And we would like at some stage just to share with you our report. It's a report that we give to the Portfolio Committee and also to the United Nations. It's on looking at the conditions of police stations, and we can concur with you on that throughout the country, but also here in KZN are some of those issues. And then, Premier, the hearing, part of the hearing is two factors: accountability, because people can't just do things and think they can get away with it, and with whichever level there's been part. And the other part is the issue about social cohesion. And I think as the Commission, outside this hearing, even before we get to our recommendations, the Commission is always standing ready to assist the provincial government, because we do have a program of social cohesion within the Commission, but also our office here in the West, in the KZN, also stand ready to assist and participate in that council. Thank you. Those are my comments and suggestions, Premier. Thank you.
Thanks. I think these are suggestions that are very important. We will appreciate to get the report on your assessment of police stations, because that will also complement our work and our message on trying to revitalize the policing as a whole, not just to look on one police station and that. And I think that is important. We are going to work, and we will share also our plan with you on the moral regeneration and social cohesion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Premier. Very last thing from my side. I've picked up some media reports about the concerns of unrest on Black Friday. I don't know if it's unfounded or whatever. Maybe you just want to comment about it, because it's Black Friday today.
Yes.
And then secondly, maybe, if there is unrest, again, not necessarily today, but whenever the case may be, what do you think will a government, not only your government, but government in general, do differently to make sure that it doesn't escalate to something that one can't handle? Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think starting with the question of Black Friday, we are alert, we are on alert. The police, we have also even engaged with the provincial commissioner and the MEC, and we have also activated the national department, including SSA. So we are on alert. We are monitoring everything, because we do not want to be found again unprepared. So with that, I will stop at that level. But I think, firstly, it's a question of ensuring that we're not complacent. There is nothing that is taken for granted. Any decision or any major a decision, whether it's a judgment or a decision by government, the security cluster must always analyze its impact, its implications, holistically. But two, we must not believe, or we must be alert of what is in the media in general, because clearly the social media is used for all sorts of mobilization. And I think that must also be one of the priorities. Analyzing the mood of the people will also be important. And I think for the long time, as government, we have We are analyzing the mood, but don't act quickly enough to address their concerns. And that's one area that we need to attend to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Premier. So I think we have come to an end now. Thank you once again for cooperating with the Commission and coming to testify. We do appreciate it very much. All the best, and you are excused at this point. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and thank you for giving us the platform to present ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
We will break for tea now, quickly, but I think we have to be back at what time? 11:30. Oh, so actually I have a bit of time then. But 11:30 sharp, please, because we... let's make it 11:25. My fellow commissioner is advising. 11:25, thanks. Ready to continue. And we have online, I believe, the Premier of the province of Gauteng. Welcome to the proceedings, Premier, and thank you very much for availing yourself to testify before the Commission. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Commissioners of the Human Rights Commission.
Joined on the hearing panel, Premier. My name is Andre Gaum. I'm the chairperson of the panel, and I'm joined by Pelile Ntuli, Commissioner Pelile Ntuli on my left, Commissioner of the HRC, SAHRC, and by Commissioner Chris Nissen, who's also a Commissioner of the SAHRC. And then we have our evidence team that will put certain questions to you. After that, we will also, as a panel, might also put questions to you. But first of all, Premier, are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I am willing to take the oath.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we would prefer if you could perhaps keep on your video. That would be great. So, Premier, do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, Commissioner Gaum.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Commissioner Gaum.
Please then lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much, and we also want to thank you for setting a very good example to other public office bearers to cooperate with the Commission in this very important matter, as is required by our Constitution. Thank you very much for that, Premier Magura.
It's my pleasure.
So I will now give over to the evidence leaders, but I do understand from them, they can just confirm it, but that you have a statement to make as an introductory measure, after which they will ask questions. So you may go ahead with that statement, Premier. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Chairperson, Commissioner Gaum, and the commissioners and the evidence leaders of the South African Human Rights Commission. I would first like to say that these hearings you are conducting as a commission are extremely important for our country. And the reasons will become clearer because of the cost of the civil unrest, the cost to life, the impact of those unrests on the economy, especially the small businesses, which are a source of livelihood for many of our residents in our province. The first thing I would like to say is that Gauteng province is a province that has 15.8 million people in terms of the population. And this is borne out by the latest population estimates. That's the 2021 population estimates. 15.8 million people. We have a population annual growth rate of 2.5%. We have a 5 million households with regard to the same source of data, the 2021 population estimates. Rapid urbanization and migration has been the key drivers of population growth in our province. And it is common cause that this high rate of population growth has a huge impact on both the infrastructure and services that residents of Gauteng are entitled to in line with the Constitution of our Republic. And policing is one of those areas of services that is hugely impacted by rapid urbanization and migration in our province. I am aware that a lot of numbers may have been given to you by the South African Police Service. In Gauteng province, we have 23,574 police officers. And the point I want to make is that looking at the size of the population, it is quite clear, and this is something we've made very clear on a few occasions, including publicly, that the resident or citizen police ratio is something that is impacting on the effectiveness of our police service. So in other words, the size of the police service in our province is shrinking in many respects whilst the population is growing. And this has a huge impact on the quality of service. We do from time to time experience sporadic incidents of protests. Citizen protests are a normal course of our democracy. So some of those end up as violent protests. And we have also experienced incidents in our province where businesses owned by foreign nationals have been attacked and vandalized. This is a matter I have discussed before with the Human Rights Commission, especially we came to the offices of the Human Rights Commission in 2018, and it's a matter that we have regularly been taking up and often also asked to explain what the provincial government is doing. So we have an extensive mechanism which we call the Service Delivery Rapid Response System, regular engagements with communities on issues that affect them to proactively respond on concerns of residents across the length and breadth of our province through what we call Interesano community meetings. We continuously meet with different communities to give them feedback on what we are doing to address the concerns that have often caused protest in our province. And those engagements with communities have become very valuable, especially in the last 6 years of my tenure as the Premier of Gauteng. Those engagements with communities have been valuable, in many instances even helping to avert protests, and in other instances helping to enhance the responsiveness of the state. In those activities, issues of service delivery and police effectiveness of our police service often come to the fore. We also get the leadership of the police in our province to join us in those engagements with communities. In other instances, they go to communities to deal with those issues with the MEC responsible for community safety in our province, MEC Faith Mazibuko. We also have a panel that I appointed in 2015. It's called the Social Cohesion Panel. Often that panel had helped us to deal with conflict between South Africans in specific areas and migrants, especially when it comes to operations of business, where we have ended up with attacks on migrants, particularly foreign nationals, attacks on them and their businesses. So the Social Cohesion Panel has helped us in a great deal to deal with conflict resolution. Some of the areas that it had to deal with are not just matters that have to do with attacks on foreign nationals. The Social Cohesion Panel has also come into instances to help deal with conflict resolution where there have been incidences of racial conflict in one or two areas, including in schools, where learners have protested about and made serious allegations of racism in our schools. Some of those incidents were attended to by our Social Cohesion Panel. So and the third area is largely the public order policing. In Gauteng, we have 793 members of the public order policing unit, which has also in many instances, so we do a combination of community engagements to mitigate against particularly violent protests. Community engagements have been very, very effective, but in some areas where we have had the police to attend to those issues, public order policing has been effective. For a long time in our province, the public order policing team was led by Brigadier Spires, and they have used very effective means of negotiating conflict, negotiating with protesters, and in many instances have avoided really using force. And they've been able to effectively get the situation under control. But I still want to say that even public order policing, the numbers I have referred to, 793, if you look at the size and density of the population of Gauteng province, 793 officers can be overwhelmed if you have incidences of protests like the social unrest, if those incidents take place at the same time. Public order policing can be overwhelmed by these incidents, and this is going to become much clearer when we deal with the issue in question, the unrest that took place in July this year. We have worked extremely well, commissioners, with the law enforcement agencies. You would know that our mandate as the provincial government, we do oversight on the police. The police report to national, to the police in Gauteng, as they do everywhere else, report to the national commissioner. But we have a mandate to provide oversight, to set policing priorities as a province, and ensure that the police effectively respond to those priorities as we identify them as public officials, and as we engage with communities to deal with their issues of concerns on crime across the province. How have the police organized themselves? So the South African Police Service, the Gauteng Traffic Police, the three police departments, the three metro police departments in Gauteng operate under one command through what is called Provincial Joint Operations Center, Prov Joints. They operate under the leadership of the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Elias Mawela. So Prov Joints, which is the structure where all the different police teams of the metros, the provincial traffic police, as I said, they are part of law enforcement, and the South African Police Service. They meet through Prov Joints. They report regularly to the MEC responsible for community safety, and from time to time we ask them to come and present their reports at the Gauteng Executive Council. Through a combination of we also provide a lot of support to the police. So we don't only set policing priorities and say they will work alone. The MEC for community safety and myself are regularly part of major police operations to deal with incidents of crime in communities where complaints have come to the fore quite sharply. An example of Mamelodi is the point that I would like to identify here. So we work with the police closely. We have also gone an extra mile in Gauteng, and I would like to say that I think we are the only province that has done that. We have procured vehicles for the police, knowing that police are overstretched in numbers, and even with their resources, we have procured 100 vehicles, high-speed performance vehicles that the provincial government has provided to the police, including another 50 police to our traffic police officers, and the different, an additional number of vehicles outside this 100 to the units that are dealing with gender-based violence. So what is the point I'm making? is that knowing that the police are overstretched, and even from a resource point of view, we don't only sit down with them and say, go and do this. We work through these issues with them. We provide additional resources. And those resources also included the mobile police stations that they can use in high density areas, and including new communities like informal settlements where it takes a long time to build police stations in some of this area. So Gauteng is a diverse, culturally diverse province. It's a province characterized by the high rate of migration and the huge densities with regard to households. So in that sense, this brings me to the issue that when we came to the unrest, we're not working with the police for the first time. As I said, so the police regularly report. We join the police operations. They report regularly to us. We check where they have difficulties. We provide support to them. During the COVID-19 pandemic in particular, they have been reporting every week to the Provincial Coronavirus Command Council. So all law enforcement agencies report once a week about monitoring the compliance and also dealing with issues of crime and law enforcement in general. Let me just come directly to the unrest. So by the time we had the unrest that took place, as I say, we had established a particular way of working with the South African Police Service. And this also includes the State Security Agency. The State Security Agency team deployed in Gauteng also worked through that PROV joint structure. They were also attending regular meetings. They are still doing that of the Coronavirus Command Council, but they work under the Provincial Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mawela. And their reports come to us every day. So when the incidents that took place with regard to the July unrest took place, we had established a way of working. I am able to pick up an issue. Sometimes I get sent by citizens. There is a big problem in an area. The police need to be there, or the police are not there, or it's a complaint about a matter of law enforcement that require the attention of the police. We established a way I can communicate directly with the provincial commissioner and simultaneously activate MEC Faith Mazibuko. She often goes to the ground with the police more often than I'm able to do to attend to crime incidents and crime scenes. So the police in Gauteng would really not complain that they're not getting the support of the political leadership in the name of the Executive Council. We are with them even when they carry out some of the most difficult operations. So with regard to the July unrest, the impact of the unrest were quite severe in Gauteng province. We lost 79 lives. So 79 people lost their lives. I'm sure the police would either have already done that, or they will give the commission the details of those. What I do know is that 42 of those who lost their lives are people who are classified as murders, and 37 are incidents that the police are still probing. Some of them is people who died out of a stampede, but an inquest will be able to establish the exact circumstances. But we lost 75 lives. That's quite severe, and it has affected many families. Some of the people who passed on are breadwinners who were taking care of their own families. In addition, we lost just over 18,000 jobs, the businesses that had to shut down as a result of the unrest, from big businesses that were located in our malls. There are 80 malls stroke shopping centers that were affected by the unrest, either looted, in some instances destroyed, because in a few instances there was also fire that destroyed those shopping centers and malls. So I would like to say that, so 80 businesses, shopping centers and shopping malls out of about 500 malls throughout Gauteng were affected by the unrest. And as I think we should also indicate that of those, as a result of that, our economy lost 3.5 billion rands as a result of the damages that were caused by the unrest. So the 3.5 billion rands is particularly by those businesses that are insured. But we also had done some significant work to look at the impact on the small and informal businesses. The small and informal businesses would alone 1.5 billion rands was the impact of the unrest. So if you combine those two figures, the impact of the unrest on our economy was up to 5 billion rands. As I say, over 18,000 jobs were lost to our economy, and 79 lives were lost. I'm sure in the course of the responding to the commission, we will be able to outline and dealing with the questions what we were able to do as the Gauteng provincial government in the way we work with the police in trying to mitigate the impact. I must say that so essentially the incidents of violence in Gauteng started on the 10th. It was a Saturday, the 10th of July. Starting in one particular area, and those incidents spread from George Gore in Johannesburg on Saturday evening to Alexandra, early hours of Saturday again, and by the following day, those incidents were spread into the different, starting in the hostels and the CBD of Johannesburg, and then moved to the townships on Sunday, and the townships that are affected again in the course of discussing this, I'll indicate which townships were affected in Gauteng province. We had extensive discussions ahead. How did we become aware? Social media played a very key role. The social media posts and posters, as the situation was unfolding in KwaZulu-Natal, particularly on Friday, closer to weekend, Friday, Saturday, there were social media posts and posters and voicemails which were going around that Gauteng is going to be next. I personally took up those posts, referred them to the law enforcement agencies. Lieutenant Major General Mtombeni was the acting provincial commissioner because the provincial commissioner was hospitalized due to COVID. Myself and MEC Mazbuko, from the 9th of July, the 10th, the 11th, up to the 12th of July, we were on call most of the time, communicating with the MEC, and simultaneously, if I pick up any social media poster or post that gets brought to my attention, often by citizens in our province, we sent it to both the State Security Agency and the Provincial Commissioner. And in each of those instances, the State Security Agency and the Provincial Commissioner would assure me and MEC Mazbuko that they are following up on those posts. In some instances, it was about meetings that are going to be convened, say in a particular hostel, where there was mobilization to convene a meeting. We will alert the police. It was in the midst of COVID-19 third wave in Gauteng. Movement was restricted, gatherings were highly restricted. In fact, we were at the peak of COVID-19 in Gauteng. Movement and gatherings were highly restricted. So the police, amongst other things, needed to enforce the regulations that there shouldn't be any any gathering. So those, every time these issues, including a voicemail or a social media post or a poster that is calling for the shutdown in Gauteng, and the first poster came on Saturday that was calling for a shutdown. Saturday the 10th, that was calling for the shutdown of Gauteng on Monday. That poster was, I got that poster in the social media. As I say, these things get brought to my attention even by citizens, and we bring it to the attention of the police, and the police would say, no, we are aware of this, we are following up on it. And I want to say also state security, when we pick up a message, we will constantly just bring it to the attention of state security and South African Police Service. And in many instances, they would say that they've already picked that up. They are aware, they are following up on those issues. We got very concerned when the first attacks took place. MEC Mazibuko and we included the third MEC Mamabulo, who's responsible for public transport. We decided that we are going to engage, especially once information was coming to the fore that there is in some hostels in Gauteng some mobilization. And that's the only link and indication we had. When that information came to the fore, we decided we are going to engage Izinduna because we have worked with them. The leaders in hostels. Hostels in Gauteng are actually organized. A lot of them are organized along the traditional leadership. So Izinduna, we work with them on many issues when we deal with crime, when we deal with service delivery. So MEC Faith Mazibuko started an engagement with them. What were we bringing to their attention? We need calm in Gauteng. We're already seeing what's happening in KZN. We don't need violence. We don't need people to be going, it's in the midst of COVID-19. We don't need gatherings, people to be gathering. And we were already seeing that essentially the link is the mobilization was about protesting the incarceration of former President Jacob Zuma. So in many of the social posts, posters, the mobilization or the voicemails that were coming to our attention and therefore being sent to law enforcement were making the link between what was already taking place in KZN with regard to the protests there and the unrest that Gauteng will join. This was like a call and mobilization for people in Gauteng to join. And I also engaged the political parties that sit in the legislature. This I did on Monday. That was the 12th now. So throughout the weekend, we were engaging. MEC Mamabulo was talking to the taxi industry. And the question that you may ask is why the taxi industry? In Gauteng province, taxi violence has always been a big problem. And there's always a link between taxi violence and some of the activities in our hostels. There's also a historical link between on issues of taxi violence and violence in the reef, in the hostels. Once something happens in KwaZulu-Natal, we start preparing ourselves that we may be affected by the spillover because of that organic link. Especially, I want to say we have worked very closely with the government of KwaZulu-Natal. When there's taxi violence in KZN, we know it may spill over in Gauteng. And then when there's some kind of activities, the unrest, there we also immediately know that it might spill over in Gauteng. So we had engagements with the political parties, and in this particular case, I must say quite clearly and transparently to you as the commission, I also discussed with the leadership of the IFP, which has a huge presence in a lot of our hostels, to convey the same message. Let's make sure in Gauteng, communities in our province don't join the unrest that are taking place in KwaZulu-Natal. We were already seeing that the situation is getting out of hand. We did that and got assurances also from Izinduna. They convened meetings in the hostels to appeal for calm. But what we constantly continue to see are these posts that were coming out about mobilization. And and as a consequence, the first outbreak of the unrest, and I don't just want to say protest, because a peaceful protest in our democracy is something that is normal, that's something that's acceptable. Peaceful protest is part of the architect of our own democracy. But when there's violence, like what happened around the M2 on Saturday 9th, Saturday the 10th, midnight, near George Goch, where the residents of the hostel started throwing stones at the vehicles that were passing on the M2 East, and then spilling to Alexandra, the residents of the hostel in Alexandra coming out, they marched to an area where the businesses were, and that's where lootings started, and this spilling over, as I said, to a few other areas on Sunday and on Monday, taking a very different form of substantial looting of the different places. So in all that period, we were communicating and coordinating with the police, communicating and coordinating with the different political parties, and communicating through MEC Mamabulo with the taxi industry, just to make sure that in our province, when there is we know which stakeholders to bring on the table when there is some tension or conflict. And then on Monday, the 12th, the unrest moved to different areas, particularly Soweto. I must add Atteridgeville, Tembisa, and Katlehong. And Vosloorus and Katlehong, the unrest started on Sunday night, the 11th of July. So it is common cause, honorable members of the Human Rights Commission, the commissioners, it's common cause that in Gauteng, it was largely on Monday the 12th that the big areas in Soweto and the large number of malls, Soweto, Alexander, and one particular mall in Atteridgeville affected Tembisa, Davidton, Katlehong, Vosloorus. Those areas were significantly hardest hit on Monday. Throughout that period, we were doing the same thing. On Monday, I also coordinated quite substantially beyond the political parties, also with the different sectors of business. We started on Monday, the 12th, to start to coordinate with business, including the security companies in different areas who worked with the police on the 12th, 13th, and 14th to bring the situation under control, even in areas where things were difficult. I must comment that in many of these areas, it's citizens who came to the fore because the police were completely overwhelmed. I think it is quite clear to us that the police, even though there were assurances from the police, and in our province, I must say, there were lots of assurances from the police that they will be able to deal with the situation. But when we reached particularly Monday, it was clear that the police were overwhelmed. They also reported to us that some of the public order policing members have been sent to KwaZulu-Natal to go and help. And that's when I had a conversation with the president. In fact, I did that on Sunday night, briefed the president about the situation in Gauteng. It was still early on. We were worried about what will happen on Monday and requested that by all accounts, we will need the deployment of the South African National Defence Force. And we know that the president made that announcement and 500 members of the Defence Force were deployed. Where they were on time, where they were visible, it helped a great deal to stop the looting and help restore calm. But I should indicate that there are areas where the police were completely overrun. And some of those areas are in the malls in Soweto, including the malls such as Jabulani Mall, the mall in Meadowlands called Nofaya Mall. In those instances, the police were completely overwhelmed. So our biggest our biggest issue was that we were essentially relying a lot on the social media posts rather than relying on the information from the state agencies that are charged with the responsibility, the state security agencies, crime intelligence, the state security agency, the intelligence services. We relied a lot on information instead of relying heavily on proactive, preventive actions of the state law enforcement agencies and state security agencies, including intelligence. We were chasing just the wind, basically. It was the stuff that was coming from the social media. That place is going to be next. That place is going to be next. Or this type of action is going to be escalated the following day. So, and in all those, we were bringing this information to the attention of the state security agencies. And here I want to say, in their comprehensive sense, in the sense of the police, the state security agency, and once the army was deployed together with the army. So I have publicly expressed our dissatisfaction and disappointment with the response by so I want to say the state agencies, including SAPS and the intelligence services in our country. This is a matter of public record. I've said that publicly. We were disappointed about despite the assurances that they had given, we were disappointed about the actual way in which they were essentially running from one place to the other without any sense of what are we dealing with. But from where I stand, Chairperson, Commissioner Gaum, it is very clear that just looking at the social media posts and what happened, this was an organized and orchestrated activity. Firstly, this social media posts and the posters that were put on the social media called for a stay away and a shutdown on Monday. And the demands and the issues were very clear. They were linked to the incarceration of former President Jacob Zuma. They called for that, but some of the social media, male voices were also calling, the voice messages were also calling for attack on state institutions. I'm sure some of that information has been brought to your attention. If it has not brought to your attention, I can easily share with you everything that was deposited to me, shared with me in some instances by citizens, and which we proactively deposited to the law enforcement agencies. So we were largely relying on those to say it was organized and to say that it was aimed at undermining constitutionalism in our countries, just based on what came out there. Firstly, it was a clear, systematic attack on the Constitutional Court, and I am not saying everyone must always agree with the decisions of the court. Courts are courts. They have a very clear role in our democracy. Their decisions, I might not always be happy with their decisions, but you can't orchestrate attacks on our courts because one of the voicemails that would have gone out would have orchestrated an attack on infrastructure, an attack on state institutions, an attack on the judiciary. Attack, I mean physical attack. And I'm hoping that this has also been brought to the attention of the Commission. It is not something that just was brought to us. It was circulating. These are voicemails, social media posts that were circulating widely. So that's what brings me to the conclusion that if you look at what was being called for and what was including very, very clear messages, some of the social media posting was about calling for a march against President Ramaphosa. So when I come to the conclusion that this was an organized and orchestrated activity to undermine a legitimate government, sitting government and sitting head of state, It is not based on things that were not put out there in the social media posts by those who were organizing, either calling for marches, calling for shutdowns, and in some instances just calling for attack on that. So I am clear that this was organized. I am also clear that it was aimed at undermining a democratically elected government. I'm also clear that it was. I think there was a big, publicly stated, big issue about the incarceration of former president, and publicly stated by those who clearly publicly support a former president, and supporting anyone in a democracy is not a crime, and that will not suggest that. But there was a link between what was being called for and what was happening, and what was about a complaint or a grievance relating to or support for former president. But those people we couldn't lay our hands on. We could only do so through the help of law enforcement agencies. And I also want to say that we went to a number of places from the 12th, 13th and 14th across the province. One of the things we noticed is that looting, what took place as looting, we would say was really a function of desperate in many instances, what was looted. Here in Gauteng, unlike what I saw on TV in KZN, a lot of what was looted in Gauteng was food, highlighting in many instances the desperate conditions. There's about 20% of people in our province, as a result of the exacerbation of the economic situation by COVID-19, 20% of the population of Gauteng are people who go to bed hungry. And this, again, to state that watching the trends and the patterns of looting, we saw that a lot of people were really going for food and in some instances clothing. It's not a justification that for looting, but there were in some areas where people were looting goods, fridges, but in Gauteng it didn't occur in many instances. That kind of people looting goods at just going beyond the scale that we saw in KwaZulu-Natal. So I therefore want to conclude and give an opportunity to the Commission to ask me questions by saying that in Gauteng province, I think we have usually been disappointed by how our law enforcement agencies did not respond adequately to a situation that could have been prevented. But one thing I want to commend the police is that they didn't use live ammunition. There are many areas where the neighboring community next to the shop would have screamed to the shops. Streamed to the shops in many instances, and the police could have been tempted to disperse people by using live ammunition. As I said, public order policing in Gauteng has been successful previously by negotiating with communities without having to use live ammunition. You're negotiating with protesters, but the looting was different. The looting was different. It wasn't like a protest action. People would just get into an area and break through the shops and loot. I also want to say that where there were incidents, there are a few areas where there was live ammunition fired at the police in Ekurhuleni, at Vosloorus, and in Gauteng. And in Gauteng, a police officer, Metro police officer, was killed because live ammunition was also fired in this. So I am clear in my head that these events didn't just take place on their own. I'm also clear in my head that they were orchestrated events, whatever the justification, and people have a right in a democracy to raise concerns and protest. But those events were organized and orchestrated in a way that sought to undermine the democratically elected government. And for that reason, even though the scale was not in that form, that it is easy for me to reach a conclusion that it was an attempt at insurrection. It was not an insurrection, but that it was an attempt at an insurrection, for me, it was clear. Part of why it did not, because insurrections, in other words, mobilizing and uprising against a government requires a lot of citizen support. Some of it is violent. It requires a lot of armed, organized groupings. In this particular case, in our province, I think a combination of citizen action in many areas where citizens stood up and said, looting won't happen in our area, it helped a great deal. In other words, communities coming up to support, distancing themselves, and I called on communities. Particularly on Sunday, I issued a media statement and called and said, we shouldn't only rely on the police. Communities must come to the fore. Help us stop any violence or any activities we have seen in KZN of looting. And in many areas on the 11th, on the 12th and the 13th, communities came out to say it's not going to happen in their area. But in some areas, it was people continued to loot, continued to vandalize the infrastructure in those areas. So I'm grateful that, in fact, if it wasn't communities coming to the fore, the police would have not been able to keep the situation under control. Because on Sunday, the 11th, we thought the police have put the situation under control, but the following day, the situation has gone back actually it was worse than it was on Sunday. What have we done? We have had lots of engagements with the police. We have also had lots of engagement with business in Gauteng, especially from those in the retail sector, big business, the property industry, and also small businesses affected by looting. We have had lots of engagements with them. We have set aside 100 million rands to help the small businesses that are uninsured, to assist them. They've been going through a process. We were working with the IDC to assist those businesses to come back to operations. We have also been working with the big industry to essentially call on them to support our township economy development initiative. And we have been saying to big business in Gauteng, parts of the problems we have is where the communities are heavily invested in the businesses in their own communities in the townships. They are the ones who defended these businesses. So we've been saying we need a new type of business model, and this got a lot of businesses to buy into this. So we have a township economic development fund that is supported by big business. It is part of our township economic development bill, which we are developing, which we will pass in the legislature this month, or at least in December before we go for festive season. Those interventions have come to the fore in a big way now after the unrest. Firstly, just to say that we need to speed up economic transformation. We need to speed up inclusion of the small businesses and township businesses in key economic activities that are taking place in our province as part of transformation, as part of preemptive and preventive measures, but also as part of addressing the unemployment and poverty situation in our economy. So those interventions have unfolded very well. They are still underway. But I must say that I think having worked with the police so well in our province on major operations, we were not very pleased with the inadequate response to the unrest. But the least we would suggest is that they should have used live ammunition. They can't use live ammunition against citizens, but they could have used other means that public order policing ordinarily has been able to use in Gauteng province. So I would like to stop here, Commissioner Gaum. Those would be that's like my summary of how we have managed this situation, how we were impacted by it, and how we are trying to recover from it.
Thank you very much, Premier. That was very helpful. I'll keep over to the evidence now. There's a bit of a coming up. Let me just ask Premier. Start leading the evidence, the rest of the evidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Premier, for your opening remarks. Just on the last request made by the Chairperson, I just want to check, Premier, are you an active social media user?
I wouldn't say active because I don't know what your measurement is, but I do use WhatsApp. I do have a Twitter account. At least those two I do use, especially WhatsApp messages. That's most of these messages I was referring to were messages that were coming through WhatsApp. So I have them, and I would even the evidence of forwarding a lot of those to the relevant officials in the law enforcement agencies. I have that.
Do you manage your Twitter account yourself, or you have a team that manages this account?
Mr. Jones, I don't know what exactly the question is. As you look, I do write Twitter messages, my account, but I also have people in my office. Often when I speak, when I go and address a meeting, they are able to tweet what I am saying. But let me tell you that I make sure that everything that is tweeted on my Twitter account is something I approve of. So if there's anything that gets said there, I take full responsibility. So I tweet a lot on official government stuff. Let me put it that way. I'm not into kind of informal social media networks. On my Twitter account, I always endeavor to put information that would be helpful to the public, even in my other capacities as the leader of the ANC in the province.
No, thank you, Premier. This is helpful. So, would it be possible that you were aware of some of these messages, particularly on Twitter, in the period leading to the unrest and during the unrest?
Well, there are some of the messages that would have been put there, would be circulated in different ways. Yes, I was. I wouldn't know precisely which one, but it may not be all of them, but yes, I was very much alive to what was being put out there. Especially in the week of the, I think once the President Zuma was, the order was given by the Constitutional Court for his incarceration. I am aware of a lot of other tweet messages that were put out there. Yes, I may not be aware of all of them. I don't want to say I live on Twitter. I don't.
So, you earlier suggested or stated that social media could have fueled the unrest. In some of the messages that you saw using your Twitter account or during the time you were going through the tweets, are some of these messages the message that you shared with the State Security Agency, with the police, and with your team in the province?
Well, let me say that specifically talk about what was brought to my attention through WhatsApp. I shared every time I received a message, I shared that with the law enforcement, the key people in law enforcement, to establish if this is something that we should worry about, or that they should establish if this is just like a goose chase, or some legitimacy of those things that were being said in the social media accounts.
When someone provides some sort of a commentary on what is happening in the country in relation to the unrest, or they are reporting about incidents of looting and potential areas that could be targeted, in your view, would this amount to inciting people to go and commit acts of looting at these areas? Would this, in your view, amount to an endorsement of acts of criminality that would be taking place at the time?
Mr. Jones, I think there's a clear distinction between reporting that this and this is happening, or between saying that I'm aware this and this is going to happen. There's a clear distinction between that and mobilizing, calling on people. So there shouldn't be any confusion. So if a message, whether it's a social media a posting, that says this and this is happening, an observation, or somebody is aware, you can discern. It is fairly obvious to discern that this type of post is by someone who's calling on people, who's mobilizing, who's calling on people to go and do the following things or to join. There's a difference between that and someone who is making an observation, or who's even just making a commentary. And it may as well be a commentary by someone who is aggrieved, who doesn't agree with the Constitutional Court decision. But a commentary is not the same as calling on or mobilizing or bringing people. It's not quite the same. And we live in a democracy. You know, anyone can make a comment, but you can. And I'm saying basically, it doesn't take a lot of sophistication to look at a mobilization. So social media was a very powerful instrument of mobilization and also of alerting the authorities what next is coming. And I want to emphasize alerting the authorities of what next is coming, because I think if the authorities have taken the particular institutions in our democracy responsible for keeping our country safe, if those institutions have taken sufficient measures, social media was clearly providing a lot of intelligence about what next is going to come and what else is being organized.
Because of all these messages that were doing the rounds, would you say that the Gauteng province, under your leadership, was forewarned about the impending unrest or acts of looting in Gauteng?
Yes, so at the point, just at that point when the situation was unfolding in KwaZulu-Natal, I may not get the exact dates right. It may have been Thursday, Wednesday, or Thursday. At the point when that situation was unfolding in KwaZulu-Natal, we were already worried. I must particularly say the situation on the 9th, they were already worried, and that continuous contact between us and our police service, when we say police service, we include the crime intelligence, and then they also always work with the state security agencies. At that point, when what was happening in KwaZulu-Natal was happening, we were already worried that that situation is going to affect our province. At that point, it was before there were lots of concrete, this social media stuff, because that started to happen. The social media messages started to happen a lot on the I would say on the 9th and on the 9th and on the 10th. Forewarned or warned, the signs were clear that what was happening in KwaZulu-Natal, there are people who are trying to organize the same, and I would say that it is born out of the social media, those social media posts or posters. In some instances, it would be a poster that said, "Shut Gauteng down," or a voicemail.
Thank you, Premier. The messages that you forwarded to the law enforcement agencies, do you know if they acted upon these messages, which you say sort of provided some intelligence in terms of areas that could potentially be targeted?
If you say did they act on them, I think I have no doubt that the police were running around across the province, but the response was not adequate, it was not appropriate, and consequentially, the things that happened severely exposed the fact that the police were not appropriate, despite the fact that there was information. And let me say, Mr. Buang, that I think you don't need to be an intelligence officer to see when what happened in KwaZulu-Natal started happening, and to ready yourself. So the discussions I have referred to, myself, MEC for community safety, kickstarting the discussions with the taxi industry, with MEC for transport, and engagements with the Izinduna in the hostels and in Gauteng and the taxi industry. Those were part of our efforts to ensure that in addition to law enforcement, the assurances we got from law enforcement was that we are ready, we will be able to deal with this situation. We are following up on those who are organizing without really telling us, without them telling us who those people who were organizing were. We did our political side of the bargain. The political side of the bargains, the law enforcement, they will intervene from the instruments of law enforcement. We must also get the other sectors in society to work with us to mitigate and minimize the damage that we were watching on television unfolding in KwaZulu-Natal. And I can tell you that that had an impact. I am convinced it had an impact. The severity of the damage is not the same. But the organizers may have as well, and I don't know these organizers, those who were orchestrating this may have as well wanted the scale of the damage to be the same, to make their point.
You earlier mentioned that some of the supporters of the former president publicly made statements following the judgment by the Concord. And there were also supporters of the president who were tweeting about the judgment which they deemed to be unjust and unprecedented. The question then is, from the information that you relayed to the police, is there some form of feedback around whether the instigators were located in Gauteng or elsewhere in South Africa?
Well, I want to say that those who were orchestrating and organizing this is something the police still have to say to us who was doing that, who was organizing and orchestrating this. But social media was a very, very powerful instrument they were using and powerful platform they were using. And the issue of those who, the people who publicly condemned the incarceration of President Zuma, I think for me, I can't make a direct, without evidence, I can't make a direct that the ones who were organizing, doing the things which I have referred to, and those who have publicly supported President Zuma, I can't make a direct link between those because, as I say, it's common cause. We know there are people who are not happy, and in our society, there's nothing wrong with expressing yourself if you are not happy with something. But breaking the law is a different thing altogether. So those who broke the law organized the kind of activities that led to loss of life, those who damage to property. I will say that it is precise. I think I am very interested. Every time we have an opportunity to get a report from the police, we ask them what progress have they made. I am very interested, as it's a matter of public interest, the actual perpetrators of the damage, the violence that led to the killings of people and massive destruction of our economy. I'm particularly interested to know who are they, and that they must be brought to book. That much has come out very clear from different sectors we have interacted with. But I want to make it clear that the fact that someone said something publicly or even said something on Twitter, it is not for me to determine if they are the perpetrator. It is for we have institutions of the state which should be able to do their work and determine that. I can't do that as the Premier. I have no instruments to be able to arrive at that determination. But I am interested in they being brought to book. And the police so far has not been able to say to us they have been able to do that. Yes, there are people who have been arrested and so on. The cases are on. But we are very, very interested in saying that in a democracy, there should be consequences for breaking the law.
Thank you, Premier. You also state that you spoke to the President regarding the unfolding unrest. Was this before the President addressed the nation, or after the President had addressed the nation on the unfolding unrest?
I think to be precise, and I hope that my memory serves me well, I spoke to him on Sunday, and it is before he addressed the nation. He addressed the nation that Sunday evening. I spoke to him on Sunday earlier in the afternoon. So, that's Sunday the 11th.
Yes, I see it is the 11th. That Sunday the 11th, when the President addressed the nation, he said that the acts of violence were based on ethnic mobilization. What is your take on these statements by the President?
Well, it's common cause that the President has withdrawn that statement. And I think in analyzing the character of what happened, to reduce it to ethnic mobilization would have been an inaccurate characterization.
Is there a reason, as the Gauteng Premier, is there a reason you decided to engage with the indonors?
Yes.
Engage with the indonors. Did you engage the indonors before your engagements with the president or after your engagements with the president?
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for that question. I did say in my opening statement that in this province, Gauteng provincial government has established a long-standing tradition of engaging with the people who live in the single-sex hostels. As you know, the single-sex hostels are an ugly phase of our past. They are still there. A great deal of work has been done over the past 2.5 decades in some instances to refurbish them and renovate them. But they are currently hubs of criminal activity. Not that the people who live in the hostels are criminals. They are not, because but there's lots of criminals who hide in the hostels, and these hostels are in different parts of our province. In Mamelodi, when you talk about the problems of what is called Boko Haram, we did a police raid with the police just 3 weeks ago. Those people hide in the hostels. There's lots of other criminal activity. And there are people who live in the hostels simply because they have nowhere else to live. Law-abiding citizens, most of the people who live in there are law-abiding citizens, but there are lots of criminals who hide in there. One of those areas of crime is taxi killings, and then and just generally what is called inkabi, hired assassins to carry out murders. So we work very closely, and I'm saying we, even before I was the Premier of Gauteng, it has been like that with my predecessors, with previous administrations, established relations between the leadership in hostels, and that's where the Izinduna are, and our various departments, particularly the Department of Community Safety, our departments dealing with issues of social cohesion and culture, and our Department of Human Settlements. We work with them in that structured way. And the reason we did that was the first, I said, some of the initial information that was brought to our attention through the social media posters was that people in the hostels were being mobilized to come out in their large numbers. And I particularly have one of the poster, not a posting, but a social media poster that was about mobilizing people in the hostels to come out. So for this particular moment, the reason we engaged with those communities was partly the information that there was some of the people, this orchestrated, this machinery that was organizing was also targeting people in the hostels. But we also know even there are many other incidents that occur, and I've referred to some of them, that often the hostels are targeted as the reservoirs of going to mobilize people for very problematic causes, including when there have been attacks on foreign nationals. So what do we do all the time? We either go to those areas when the situation is different, or we communicate with Izinduna. So MEC Faith Mazbuko is the one who was communicating with Izinduna, and I was communicating with the chairperson of the IFP in Gauteng province, Honorable Bongo Sidlamini. And then I subsequently also engaged with all the parties represented in the legislature. So the reason for the hostels is precisely that. They are hotspots for crime in Gauteng.
Thank you. Some of the national key points are located in Gauteng. Do you perhaps know if some of this key infrastructure was attacked during the unrest?
No, there's no infrastructure that was attacked in Gauteng. no major economic infrastructure was attacked, and no major attack even on if you like, except the looting that took place in the malls I've referred to and shopping centers, the 80, they were outside those. There were no major orchestrated activities. Part of it was we activated communities, we activated the private security companies in different parts of the province. They work very closely with the South African Police Service. There's already joint command and joint operations with the private security companies. So we activated those, and then we engaged the different stakeholders I have referred to earlier on. So the scale in Gauteng, again, the scale and the form was slightly different, although the damage was still there.
For that, Premier. So the assertion that this was an attempt to undermine a legitimate government, or this was an attempted insurrection, wouldn't hold water if the scale was different and if key infrastructure of the state was not targeted.
Well, you may rightfully reach your own conclusion, Mr. Jones. You may rightfully reach your own conclusion, but you need to look at what was firstly happening in KwaZulu-Natal, but also what was being mobilized for, including what threats were the threats that were coming out. And as I say, in one particular case, a voicemail calling for attack on various infrastructure. The fact that it did not happen does not mean that there was no attempt.
Yeah, I hear you, Premier, because what I'm struggling with is how we can equate incidents of looting or rampant looting, how we can equate those to an attempt to undermine a legitimate government or to an attempted insurrection.
Well, I would like, I guess when you get at that, when you get to make that determination, you will have to look at not just one thing, which is one set of things, incidents that came out of here. I'm sure you will make a determination yourself, but I'm also saying to you that when you arrive at the determination of whether this was an attempt at insurrection, an attempt at undermining a legitimately elected government, when you arrive at that, I'm sure you will look at everything. You will look at the organization. You will look at what was said in the run-up to that. And that's why I'm saying to you, looting, in my view, looting was the manifestation. Essentially, looting is not the principal form of the unrest. It was a manifestation of what I have referred to earlier on. The people who got to join the looting were a lot of these were people who were essentially very desperate people, unemployed, no source of income, hungry. But when you make a determination on whether this was an attempted insurrection or an insurgency, yeah, the other people have used the word insurgency. In other words, to arrive at that determination, you can't just say it because this and this happened in the process. There was looting in the process of this, that there were no other orchestrated things. And I'm saying it may as well be that I've heard the law enforcement, the ministers of the security cluster saying things could have been worse. They should be able to say, what is it that they prevented? But from just looking at the set of communication messages, social media, voicemail messages that were being sent out there in the run-up to mobilize here in Gauteng, in the run-up to the mobilization, in the run-up to particularly the Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, which were the high points of these activities. When you look at those, I would not, you will come to an inescapable conclusion that this was organized. If you say it was organized for looting and not to undermine the authority of the state, you may have your right to that, but I guess you'll also be able to put a very rational case forward to say this was not just a spontaneous thing, but I will doubt if the intention of the organization and of the orchestration, the intention was about looting. I doubt very much that argument, unless evidence is put before me. I believe very much, looking at what the social media posters that were calling on, and this happened way even after the unrest, that were calling on people to march, calling on the President of the Republic. And I've said that those social media posting, I have them here. It was not about looting. It was not about what was being mobilized around was not about looting at all. Looting happened, and as a matter of course. But I would say that looting and those who participated in looting, I know a lot of people who were arrested, who were involved in looting, and some of them passed on in the stampede, are really poor people who were trying to help themselves when they saw the space that the law enforcement agencies are not responding adequately.
Yeah. My last question on this aspect is, would you agree that the historical deprivation for the majority of the people in the country and the triple burdens of poverty, unemployment, and inequality are a security risk for Gauteng and the country if they are not addressed?
I certainly agree with that, and this is something that I've also articulated publicly, that anybody who wants to undermine a legitimate government can use very legitimate issues. And I'm saying one of those legitimate issues may be that a dissatisfaction with the outcome or a decision of a court. That's a legitimate. There can be, if you are not happy with a decision of a court, there's nothing illegitimate about it. It is legitimate. But somebody may use the fact that you are not happy. There are people who are not happy with that, but want to achieve something else. And unemployment, poverty, and inequality is real in our country. In this province, those figures are referred to. The reason we have high rate of migration into Gauteng is because people are looking for livelihoods. So the key, the unemployment, poverty, and inequality is a big, big, big issue here in Gauteng, and I would suggest everywhere in the Republic. When you have large numbers of people who are unemployed, they are, and in many instances hungry. I refer to 20%. COVID leading to 600,000 jobs lost in the Gauteng economy, escalating that which we have had. All those conditions ripe for insecurity. I agree entirely with your formulation. So this, the social conditions of high rate of unemployment, the high degree of poverty, and significant, what we're beginning to see is not just but urban poverty that has an element of food insecurity. That those conditions create a basis for our country to be highly insecure, because state security is not a function of security agencies. It's a function of well-being and social cohesion. Security agencies must do their work, but the economic system and the political system should be able to respond to provide the great degree of comfort to people, because it is when that is the case that you have greater national security. So I can't agree with you more that rising inequalities and unemployment constitute possibly the biggest threat to our national security.
Premier, over the last decade, we have seen increased and persistent inequalities in Gauteng. Following this unrest, has your government set to reflect to see how it can ameliorate the state of affairs to ensure that these systemic inequalities in Gauteng are addressed? In addressing these inequalities, you'll be able to address the issue of security, you'll be able to address issues of social cohesion, you'll be able to bring in investors, because we will have a more cohesive society and we would have redressed the imbalances. What is it that the provincial government is doing?
Well, the principal focus of the program of the Gauteng provincial government, Growing Gauteng Together, is to firstly increase the level of employment through a combination of economic interventions, increase the level of employment, focusing on 10 high growth sectors of the economy, and focusing on a cluster of industries around what we call the special economic zones. So that's a key pillar of our intervention to address unemployment and consequently deal with inequalities. In that plan, Growing Gauteng Together, which I have referred to, which is our program to deal with firstly unemployment and in the process address inequality. In that plan, we also have a key focus on how in each sector of our economy, we are going to promote small business development. And I'm talking about the work we are doing to mainstream small businesses in the various value chains of the of key sectors of our economy and key businesses in those sectors. And thirdly, to also bring businesses in the townships. And I made reference to it, our Township Economic Development Bill, which is before the legislature right now, and our Township Economy Fund is to help particularly businesses in the townships, those that have been for years and years discriminated against, especially as a function of law, to help them and mainstream them into the key sectors of the economy. So that's our program. We are doing that work on a day-to-day basis. We engage with various sectors of our economy. We have what we call the economic war room, where we look. Our teams are sitting, teams of business and government are sitting on a continuous basis. Essentially, every week they are sitting, looking at how we unlock the potential of the Gauteng economy. So that is a program we've been embarking upon. And I can say to you that as a result of that program, between 2014 and 2019, the Gauteng economy created 700,000 new jobs as a result of that intervention. So the number of jobs created in the Gauteng economy were 700,000 in that 5-year period. And in a number of areas also, our work to empower township businesses and small businesses unfolded very well. But COVID-19 has substantially reversed those gains. In fact, the unrest I made a statement publicly that said that the unrest have taken us back 5 years in Gauteng province because of the work we were doing to support township businesses, to ensure that townships become spaces where businesses can grow, and to link big, particularly retail businesses with those the spaza shops in the townships. I've said that the unrest themselves, as a result of the destruction and the collapse of some of the businesses affected, and COVID-19, both of them substantially reversed these initiatives, Mr. Jones. And these are the initiatives to address unemployment, poverty, and inequality. So yes, that's been the mainstay of our program. The mainstay of our program, and I don't want to give you examples of how we have worked with Ford Motor Company to attract into one area around Mamelodi, Silverton, to attract $1 billion of investment, and around which we are building a special economic zone there and an automotive hub. And the number of jobs that are getting created is increasing on an annual basis. And the small businesses that are being brought into that area. We are doing that area by region in Gauteng province. But reversals do happen, yes. The erosion of 600,000 jobs as a result of COVID-19 completely undid what we had achieved with the 700,000 jobs that were created working in partnership with the private sector in the 5 years, in the earlier period of 5 years. So there wouldn't be any basis to think that there's nothing that was being done and is being done to deal with unemployment, inequality and poverty through the measures I have referred to, particularly in the economy. And we are a very vigorous promoter of broad-based Black economic empowerment, and we're doing this sector by sector. We are still not where we want to be because it is not easy, but we are pushing it in the automotive industry. We are pushing it in all the sectors. Wherever government is working with, even foreign investors know, in Gauteng province, whether it's in rail manufacturing or in the automotive industry, we're pushing the case for greater levels of inclusion. And we are convinced that that is really the only way to can safeguard a better future for our country, and ultimately ensure that there is a national security. National security will be born out of a better state of social cohesion and economic inclusion, but there must also be other interventions in the state security cluster to deal just with security-related issues.
Premier, as the unrest was unfolding in KZN, and as you started receiving reports that there were incidents of looting in Gauteng, as the Premier of the province, did you convene a special meeting of the executive committee? Did you have meetings with the police? Did you activate your operation Okaimolao? What is it that you did as the #1 citizen in Gauteng?
Thank you very much again, Mr. Buang. I've already made reference to the number of meetings ahead of the unrest themselves and activities and engagements. Yes, we did. In addition to those sessions of the Provincial Command Council, I also convened a special executive committee, an executive council meeting, that's EXCO, at which we reported that would have been when it was very clear that Gauteng is the next frontier of those unrests. But I would like you to also understand that there was a situation that had some bearing on how much outdoor activity could be conducted, because unlike KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng was in the midst of the third wave. So yes, most of what we did would have been online engagements online with the various sectors I've referred to already, and then an engagement also with the law enforcement. Even with them, it was largely through online, but we only unleashed ourselves to the ground when we were really going to calm down the situation in different areas in the East Rand, in Ekurhuleni, the eastern part of Gauteng, and in Soweto. I also sent MECs to the different areas where there were the unrest did not lead to those areas, and it was principally because of proactive action by the mobilization teams that were there on the ground to make sure that this doesn't go to everywhere in the province. Yes, the form of the meetings were different, Mr. Buang, as a result of Gauteng having been in the midst of the third wave at that time.
Thank you, Premier. The South African Human Rights Commission has a special mandate in relation to socio-economic rights, and the overall thrust of socio-economic rights is to assist the poor by protecting and advancing their socio-economic interests. During one of the police operations in Alexandra Township, we saw the police conducting door-to-door searches under an operation called Keeper E-Receipt, Operation Produce Receipt. Were you aware of this, this planned searches by the police? In your view, were these intrusions by the police targeting the poor justified?
Well, I think let me first say that in the normal course of their work, the police can identify that as they do the operation of the police that I know is Operation Ukaimulao. So that one, I am regularly part of it. But in the normal course of their work, and after the looting happened, the police took a decision that they were going to where they had information that the loot was kept in store in some places. They took a decision that they were going to go and essentially recover and reclaim the looted goods. And I'm saying it's in the normal course of their work. So that issue of the decision the police would have made to go and recover, and I want to emphasize, recover that which they would have said was looted. It's something that the police would have taken in the normal course of their work. But I must say, I did see in the course of the police doing that they were now asking for a receipt from everybody and of everything that was there. And it is very possible that when you have bought something in your house, you don't necessarily keep the receipts. It's possible, as they were dealing with reclaiming the looted goods, that they could have, come across citizens who had bought things legitimately and they didn't have the receipts. So that's possible that in the course of doing that, they could have encroached on the human rights of citizens. And I think that, in my view, that cannot be supported. But when the police say they have information that the looted goods are in a particular house and they do searches there and they're able to recover that, that's the normal part of enforcing the law. You can't, if you want to enforce the law, you can't it's not enough just to know that the stuff was stolen from there, it's kept somewhere else. They must follow the law themselves in doing all that. So that's the expectation I have from the police, that everything will be done in accordance with the law. But in that process, if they encroached on the rights of citizens, you know that it is something that we would really not support.
No, thank you, Premier. Do you perhaps know of any search and seizure operations by the police in Sandton and other suburbs of Gauteng, or were these operations specifically targeted at the people of Alexandra, people of Katlehong, people of Soweto, people of Atteridgeville, people of Tembisa?
Are you referring to the siege?
Operation Keep a Receipt.
Just during the unrest? The unrest took place only in specific locations, because I wouldn't understand if the police went everywhere. I would only understand if the police, where there was looting. So if you say to me there was looting in a suburb and the police, if the unrest would have taken place only where, the unrest took place and this search and seizures could only have taken place where there was looting. And if there was looting in the suburbs, the police would have done that. And I just want to come back to the only justification that the police would, to me, it would only be justifiable if the police conducted those search and seizures around the places where there was looting, whether it's in a suburb or in the township. Where there was looting around those places, the police, search and seizures would have been justifiable. So because I wouldn't know all the search and seizures that the police conducted, I wouldn't know all that. I don't want to suggest that I know if they did or not. But what I'm saying to you, Mr. Jones, is that if it is search and seizures to recover looted goods, it can only be justified where looting would have taken place, not anywhere else, not in townships across the province where there was no looting, not in places where there was no looting.
I agree that poverty is a challenge in Gauteng. Do you agree with the destruction of maize meal, rice, and all of that in light of poverty levels in Gauteng?
You want my opinion?
Yes.
Oh. Well, my opinion is that, there are a lot of things, having been Premier of Gauteng and having witnessed the police in action, enforcing the law, and some of the institutions like we have in our country, the South African Revenue Service, I've seen a lot that they seize counterfeit goods. They seize a lot of counterfeit goods that end up getting destroyed, and you can go on and on. The police do the same. They seize counterfeit goods. What do they do with it? They always say they do what the law says they should do. If you ask me, it is repulsive, honestly, to destroy food, destroy even clothing that could be confiscated. Take it out of the market, yes, so that you don't throw this. But this could be disposed of in a way that also addresses the reality that there are people in need. So you're asking my personal opinion. That would be my attitude basically to life. But what does the law say? The police always act in accordance with the law.
And lastly, you earlier stated that there is a relief package established for small businesses that were affected by the unrest. has the provincial government considered any form of reparations for victims of the unrest in Gauteng?
Well, because there's two categories of victims of the unrest. There's businesses, and there are big business and medium-sized businesses, even some small businesses take insurance. In the normal course of their work, they know that there is risk, exposure, risk, which may also result from acts of public violence or things that can affect your business. So those will take insurance. Small businesses, many of whom operate in our townships, and some even medium-sized businesses were uninsured. Amongst the businesses that I was referring to earlier on, they were uninsured. People used their last savings, and they use their savings every day. That they sell stuff in the street. They earn that's the same stuff, same money they use to put bread on the table. Those type of businesses needed government relief, and I am convinced to say this to the Commission that the social relief and the measures that have been put in place by both national government, social and economic relief measures are adequate to address the businesses, and including the small businesses. So those ones are covered. Now you've got a category of victims that are not the business people. So they are amongst those who lost their lives or who may have gotten injured during the stampedes. So I think the law enforcement, the legal processes in our country, including the inquests, will determine the basis on which. So if someone passed on during a stampede, during looting, it is still one life too many. Loss of life and hurt by the affected family is not minimized, but the circumstances under which that happened will have to be looked at in their own unique way. If someone was shot, and as I say, there are incidents of shootings that have happened by people who were confronting the police and someone died. The circumstances of that victim have to be looked in their own way. So I don't think you can have a general statement that talks about reparations for victims without taking into account what are the specific circumstances under which the loss have happened, whatever type of loss. And I say on the economic side and business side, even the small businesses are receiving some kind of help, and they should be able to do that. But on the individual cases of people who died during the unrest, I think each case will have to be looked at in its own right.
Thank you, Premier. I'll hand over to Advocate Ntloko.
Afternoon, Premier.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Just some clarity questions from my side, really. I think you've covered most of the things that we would have wanted you to cover. We'll start with the PowerPoint presentation that you provided, which we thank you for. Unfortunately, it's not numbered, so I can't even really direct you. Well, mine is not. There's page 2, and then 3. But after 3, the numbering is completely out. So let's then say it's page 6 of the PowerPoint presentation. That's basically, it starts with a PowerPoint on Sunday, 11th July.
I got it.
Yes. So my question really has to do with bullet point number 3. If you see that it says the president announced the deployment of the SANDF in KZN and Gauteng. 500 members of the SANDF were subsequently deployed to Gauteng. Do you see that one?
Yes.
What we needed to know is whether this was a static number or whether there were any changes in the deployment of the SANDF members in Gauteng?
Well, I would like to say, advocate that that was the initial deployment.
Yes.
Because both ourselves, both here in Gauteng and in KZN, it was clear that the force levels needed to be increased. And I know that there was, I can't remember precisely the number, there was a period where these numbers increased to 800 in Gauteng of members of the defense force. So 500 was at the beginning. But as the situation was essentially by the 12th and 13th, the situation was getting better in some areas, and in other areas we still had persistence acts of, including where malls were attacked. The force levels increased.
I understand you saying that you don't have the numbers, but roughly what was the maximum number of deployed SANDF members in Gauteng? Numbers that you would have.
Okay, as I did say, advocate that I think at some point there would have been 800 in the province.
Now we'll take that then as a maximum, but we'll obviously have that cleared by the current minister. And then you also indicated that when the unrest was happening, you had a meeting with the Corona Command Council, but this is just a clarity question. Is the SANDF in any manner or form part of this council?
There was a period during the first and the second wave when the South African National Defence Force deployed an officer who was sitting in our command council, but subsequently the South African National Defence Force was withdrawn as per those announcements that would have been made. But in this latter phase, just around the unrest, the South African National Defence Force was not part of our command council.
And since they were not part of the command council, was there any information that was then shared with them, considering that you had, envisaged that you would be speaking to the president about their deployment?
I have earlier on referred to Prof Joins, which is a structure where the various heads. I need to add that the correctional services also sits at Prof Joins. Home Affairs, the team from Home Affairs that deals with customs also sit there, and those that also deals with immigration, the team from immigration, and the South African National Defence Force also regularly attend Prof Joins. So they may have not been part of the Provincial Coronavirus Command Council at some point, but they are part of our joint security and law enforcement teams that are under the Provincial Commissioner.
No, thank you for that. Going back again to your presentation, you say it's bullet point 2, Premier. It says, on the same day as the Premier, I decided to request President Cyril Ramaphosa to deploy the SANDF to reinforce the police. The question is twofold, and I'll give you both questions so that you are able to, if you have a fuller explanation, to just give that. Is this the normal protocol when you envisage the deployment of the SANDF? And if not, why was the discussion with the president and not the ministers or the chief of the SANDF?
Thank you. I think that's a very, very important question. I've explained how on security matters we work in our province. So the provincial MEC responsible for community safety works directly with the law enforcement every day. And when there are issues to escalate, she speaks to me. And by that time, by Sunday, there was a great concern coming from there that we do need reinforcement from the National Defence Force. So I spoke directly to the president, firstly, just to brief him on the discussions and the work we have been doing in dealing with the matter. And this is a normal course of things. I don't speak to ministers ordinarily, except if it's on things we have agreed we are following. And if we are dealing with a national situation that like a national security situation like this, I wouldn't speak directly to the Minister of Intelligence to discuss with her about what to do. I wouldn't speak directly to the Minister of Police to discuss with the Minister of Police about what to do, or the Minister of Defense. When it is matters that have to do, as I say, this was about a situation that was involving a great deal of concern about ensuring that we're going to have the requisite capacity, especially with the Defence Force. The President is the Commander-in-Chief of the National Defence Force. So I spoke to him first to brief him that this is what we have been doing in the province. We have been engaging with the following sectors, with these leaders. This is what we're doing. The police have been giving me a report on what we are doing, but by all account, and this was not for the first time, by all account, we are going to need reinforcement of the police. By the way, of the National Defence Force, there are a number of operations where the provincial commissioner, and in many instances discusses this with the MEC, where they think that on a particular type of operation, they need reinforcement. The provincial commissioner will follow that. But this was a national situation. I needed to take that step myself. I felt we are in a set of circumstances where the National Defence Force must reinforce us. You might know that there were statements that were also being made, others calling for the Defence Force to come in, even in the few days in KwaZulu-Natal, already when that situation was happening. And some ministers also saying that, no, this is not something that the police cannot handle. So I was bringing in my own weight, born out of my own judgment, that we are going to need the South African National Defence Force. And in the normal course of things, I'll speak to their Commander-in-Chief, who is the President.
Okay, and then one last question from me. Are you aware if the SANDF is still deployed within the province in relation to the July unrests? So basically the 500, or let's say the 800 members that were deployed during the July unrest, are you aware if they're still on deployment, and if so, how many of them are still on that deployment?
Well, I definitely, that's a matter that I will really need to verify. I wouldn't be able to say to you for sure they are still deployed. I know there was a period, I think beyond the 14th of July, there was a period 2 weeks from there, or the third week, around the 24th of July, when new social media posters started circulating about the repeat of the same incident. I got very worried at that time, went back to the police to check, will we be able to deal with this situation? It's a matter of public record also that the police in Gauteng were out on the day that it was a day of mobilization. Out of this many social media posters, which I said to the police, you can't be found caught off guard again. But I am sure that around that date of the 24th, the army was working with the police, the private security companies, the mobilization of the metro police across the province, and the taxi industry across the province were all working under the command of the police, just to make sure that there is no incident that will undermine peace and stability in the country. But after that, I wouldn't be able to say if the members of the South African National Defence Force are still there. And I think it may as well be an operational issue that I will check with the provincial commissioner.
Thank you so much, Premier.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Premier. Just a few questions from the side of the panel. I will start, first of all, just by saying that, yes, I think the social media posts and posters and voice messages that you have may also assist us in terms of this whole issue of whether or not there was an insurrection, insurgency, and so on. But what I want to ask you is, so it's quite important that we get that from you, please. But what I want to ask you is, was there any one of these messages, one or more of these messages or voice messages that conveyed clues on who the organizers might be or not? The organizers, I mean, if we take it that it was organized.
Clues, I wouldn't know, because all I did was, whenever that was brought to my attention, I'm not an investigator, I would just forward that to the relevant law enforcement agencies.
Thank you. So quite some time ago, there was the Farlam Commission that pointed out quite clearly that there should be more public order police officers. And even the Portfolio Committee of Police, when meeting with the South African Police Service, also insisted that the public order police numbers should increase, and that was supposed to happen. But now, and I'm sure you were also aware, even before the unrest, that these numbers are not what they're supposed to be. Were you aware?
Well, Commissioner Gaum, in general, we have been, myself and the MEC for Community Safety we have been the spokesperson of the police. And this happens because we work so closely with the police. We know all their constraints. We know their resource constraints. That's why we end up deciding we must buy them additional vehicles for this unit to do their highway patrols. We have to do that for policing high density informal settlements. We must add onto their resources mobile police stations. So as a matter of course, because we work so closely with them, we know all their resource constraints, including police numbers. And we, as I say, we are their spokesperson. We raise the police numbers regularly with our counterparts at a national level. But that's a matter of great concern. And they always offer their explanations about the processes they must follow, the budget. You remember, policing is a national function. Those decisions are made at a national level, and that's the explanation they will always follow. But we raise this issue regularly, not just for public order policing, just police numbers, which are invariably inadequate, given the density of the population in our province and the nature of the communities.
And if you say you raise it regularly, you mean you raise it as the Premier?
Okay, the
MEC for safety.
The MEC for safety, and even when we have police operations which we do from time to time, I do join police operations with the Minister of Police and the National Commissioner. The issue of police numbers, it's something that I have also personally raised. When we were handing over the vehicles to the police, I've also raised, not just the MEC.
Who would you raise it, and with who would the MEC raise it at national level?
So obviously, as I said, we have raised it with the Minister of Police, who would indicate how many new police posts are available. So both myself and the MEC, and it will always be issues of budget. How many police posts are being allocated to our province, and how many new police recruits we will get out of those that graduate from police college.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I suppose you're also aware that you have only 2 water cannons in that province of Gauteng.
Yes, I am aware. That's one of the police resources issues.
And that according to the Gauteng Police Commissioner, the ideal number would actually be 10 instead of 2.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then I just wanted to ask you, as the Premier, I suppose you are regularly briefed by both crime intelligence and the state security agency on security risks and issues of that nature.
Yes, as a matter of course, I receive regular notes from the state security on matters that affect the security in our province and the course of action that needs to be taken. Most of that course of action is taken at prov joints, because it is also at the prov joints where every department of government is represented, not just the security related departments, but all departments of government. So I do certainly receive regular reports from the state security. And with regard to issues of crime intelligence, I receive reports from the provincial police commissioner on specific matters that are of public concern. Those I do. But it's not as the reports are given in a structured, continuous way as we get briefings from state security. That I do receive regularly.
Yes, and the evidence thus far before the Commission seems to suggest that, and as you also indicated, that there was no pre-warning from the side of the intelligence services pertaining to the unrest, correct?
Yeah, certainly not not in the format that the intelligence services always say. There's we have identified the following incident and the following people are involved, and this is what they are trying to achieve. And usually there will be other things they suggest if it's issues that politically can be dealt with. And I'll give you an example. If there's a protest in the community and it requires my intervention with provincial government or a mayor, if it's a community matter like that, they will also identify what they recommend must be done. But if it's issues of law enforcement or criminal activity, they will say that the matters have been referred to the police. Yes, so it's definitely the form of reporting that they normally provide to us about particular incidents coming or having happened. It's not in the run up to this those unrest. Not crime intelligence, not state security was able to say to us the following people are organizing this type of activities that are coming. I said to you that we have relied a lot on the information that was coming to the social media, sending it to them to verify and follow up with.
So what I'm trying to find out is, in these briefings that you have never picked up before, or did you, that there are gaps concerning intelligence information in the sense of no pre-warning for security risks that later actually materialize?
Well, you're talking about the unrest only, or just on any other matter?
Yeah,
No, in general, No, you know, I also know that, let me say that I'm one of the premiers, having been a premier for a slightly longer in the sense that I'm serving my second term as the premier. I have also been able to establish that even with this, the police and state security in our province, they were working fairly well to identify threats and risks and ask us on the area of where politically we can deal with those threats and risks, ask us to carry out our interventions. And on many occasions, we were able to do that. I certainly wouldn't agree with anyone who says generally both crime intelligence and state security in general have not been on top of their game. I am actually, I'm asking the question, why was it so difficult for them to get to a point to where the trouble is coming on this case? They have been very effective. That's what I want. I want to bear them out. On many, many occasions, the state security in Gauteng province has been very effective to raise threats that require response, and sometimes the response is not adequate, either on the law enforcement side or on the political side. But on this particular case, it was a touch and go issue. So it is something of great concern to me. I'm still asking myself a question: why was the intelligence services caught off guard?
Now, we understand there are reports of potential unrest today, Black Friday. We've also asked the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal about it, and he said that everyone is on alert, etc. Has there been any intelligence about this, or is this once again social media that is pointing to potential unrest?
Actually, what has happened, Commissioner Gaum, is that as a result of some of the gaps we saw at this, we basically said to the law enforcement agencies in Gauteng that you can't be caught off guard again for the second time. We said to them they just need to do their work, and I gave you an example of the events of the 24th, where there was information that was going out there, 24th of July. There was information that was going out there that there was going to be a repeat of what had happened. And then again in August, there was another, just based on information. And the police have been on alert ever since that time. And I all the time I check with the provincial commissioner. If there is an incident that's being reported, the police, and in this particular case, is joint operations with all the security agencies, and they also draw in here the private security companies who are always part of the police operations. They bring their resources into this, but they operate under police, the leadership of the police. So the long and brief of my response is that the police are under alert all the time.
And that, I suppose, also specifically goes for Gauteng, given the history of these incidents spilling over.
Yes.
Thank you. So, Premier, I just wanted to know from you, in your view, was the looting due to the so-called looting, due to poverty, or do you think the poor people were actually abused by what you term the organizers of the unrest to reach the goals of the organizers of the unrest?
Well, I've already said, Commissioner Gaum, that just looking at the pattern of looting and understanding, it doesn't mean poor people ordinarily that all poor people would loot. And there are many areas around the malls where we visited, and members of the community there came out to say that we did not loot, but we are having serious challenges, family, household. But quite clearly, in my view, and this is a judgment issue, I quite clearly the orchestrators and organizers of this systematic effort to undermine a democratically elected government took advantage of many things. And I've already said, took advantage of understanding that because there are areas where the police said to us that the first place that was looted would be a bank. And those who were looting a bank, and this is something that you can verify with the police, in a mall, the bank was the first place of looting. Once the ATM machine is ripped open and the looters arrived there were those who were just going for that and leave the rest. So it will be a correct conclusion to say that the poor people were taken advantage of. But to try and do something more than just feeding the poor. I will agree with a conclusion that says poor people, that situation was taken advantage of. And it's a matter of course that we know now that even in many areas, poor people are the ones who stop the looting.
Thank you. Last one from my side is you've already dealt with the businesses, including informal businesses and the impact there. But what was the impact of the July unrest in Gauteng on health, education, and in the context of health, also the vaccination program? And how has this been mitigated, and to what extent has it been mitigated?
So obviously the unrest, as I said, started midnight on the 10th of July, that was Saturday. That Sunday, Monday, Sunday the 11th, Monday the 12th, and Tuesday the 13th, and this kind of went into the 14th. Our health services were severely disrupted. You remember I said we were in the midst. Gauteng was just at the top. You know, the third wave was the worst for our province in terms of the level of infections and the number of people who were infected, the cases and the hospital admissions and people who succumbed to COVID. So the third wave was the worst. So this unrest were taking place in the midst of that. We were also rolling out our vaccination program. There are a number of our facilities that for at least Monday, Tuesday, they were so affected, and I would even say Wednesday. So the 12th to the 14th, they were so terribly affected because in some places, in Shawela, in Soweto, a clinic was also robbed of medication. In the midst of all those unrest and the looting that happened, some thugs came into our clinic in Soweto, and they looted some of the medications and robbed of the nurses of their valuables in the midst of all that. But for 3 days or so, our vaccination program and generally the movement of our ambulances were terribly affected in the areas that we have referred to, areas where the unrest have not stopped and the looting was continuing. The health services were disrupted. Our schools were also affected in that period, because in that we had the looting of schools, essentially breaking into some of the schools, I can't give you the exact number. It is a number that we can provide, but there are schools that in those 3 days were severely affected in terms of vandalization and theft of school equipment. Yes, so our education and healthcare system were also affected by that week.
And just the second part of that question, to what extent has been mitigated by government?
So from the point of view of our vaccination program, I would say that I think the following week we were back on track. I can say that our Department of Health and the teams that are working on the vaccination program have been doing everything to open services for vaccination. I wouldn't say that that impact was sustained. As I say, it was at the very most, it was up to 4 days, Thursday, from Monday to Thursday. By Friday, we were back in operation across the province with regard to health services. So even though our vaccination program is not where we want it to be, by absolute numbers, we have the largest number of vaccines administered. 25% of vaccines administered in the country were administered in Gauteng. The number of people with single doses is the largest, is also 25% of combined single doses. The number of people with full vaccinations is the absolute number, it's 3.2 million. But if you compare with the rest, it is still the largest number of full vaccinations. But if you look at the absolute numbers of our population, which is what I started with, that we have a huge population, 1 in every 4 South Africans live in Gauteng. The coverage is not where we want it to be. And I wouldn't attribute the unrest as the reason. The real reason is we have opened up access everywhere. We have vaccination sites open even during the weekend. We're no longer getting people turning up, including those who have not taken their first doses. So I'm saying I can't really attribute that. Our vaccination coverage cannot be a function of 4 days in July. We have a different problem, I believe, and that different problem with our vaccination coverage is a result of hesitancy, vaccine hesitancy. We have opened access everywhere.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Tuli? No question from Commissioner Tuli. Commissioner Nissen?
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Premier, just two questions. The first one is that, I just want to give an example from our own work. I think a year ago, there was a tweet about a person pretending to be somebody else and put racist tweets on. And we would, in a matter of about a month or so, we managed to trace the real person who set out this tweet. Now, I imagine if tweets were put out in terms of mobilizing people to go and do the kind of things that they did, it's now since July, we're going into December. Have you got any feedback from those that you've given it to in terms of what is the progress? Because now, up till now, you have the poor that is being abused, and there are these faceless people over there that has caused all this dastardly acts that have resulted in the huge impact both in terms of human life and the economy. Is there any feedback? You don't have to say who it was, but is there any feedback? Because it's like if we could, within a month, trace these people, what about when you've handed this over? And be mindful as well that if you do tweet or retweet or repost something that is dangerous, you are just as guilty as the person that you receive it from. Thanks. And then just lastly, you can answer both. You say that in the Township Economic Partnership Fund, you've got from the IDC, and I thought you said you got 100 million seed funding, but in it says 250 million from the government. Yeah, it's 250, not 100 million. And then 150 million from the IDC and the other partners. Are there any movement in that regard towards the that township economic Township Economic Partnership Fund, which I must say is very commendable. Premier, thanks.
Just on the South African Human Rights Commission actually got Twitter to trace the person for us. It was a bit of a problem initially, but eventually they worked with us and they did that. So that is perfectly possible.
Well, let's start with the social media postings, whether it's Twitter or other accounts. I think our law enforcement agencies in this country would best answer that question about how they are using the instruments of technology to track down people who may, and here we're just talking about people who may have committed crimes, suspects, because certainly we don't want to live in a country where the police check everything everyone says. It's only when it has to do with breaking the law of the land that it should attract police attention and the attention of those entrusted by our constitution to look after the security of our country. So you, the commission says that you, as a commission, you were able to track who the person who sent out a message. And I know, as a matter of fact, I know that our police have ways they are able to track this. Now, you know, one of the important things when you are in a position that I am is that yes, you want to track the progress on cases, but you don't want to put the pressure on the police. You don't want to put political pressure on the police. They must do their work because often the police, when they are looking at cases, they often say to us, we are deploying all the necessary legal instruments to be able to determine, you know, who's responsible for this. And sitting from where I sit, I think they have all the instruments to can do what you have been able to do, to trace, and I'm saying where the law was broken, to trace the people who are responsible, even if they use the social media instruments. So I wouldn't think that there is difficulty in, you know, criminals use technology. Yes, many crimes, cyber crime is a big issue in our world today. But law enforcement agencies all over the world are grappling with this question about being ahead of the criminals. So there's really no reason why our law enforcement agencies and security agencies are not doing that. And I know they have a capability to be able to do that. But with regard to each of the cases that where people were arrested or they are following up on the unrest, my guess is as good as yours. And all the police are saying is that they are busy with these cases. And that so is the rest of them. And we want to know, you know, who, and we want people to be brought to book. We want everyone who is responsible for the kind of destruction, including anyone who may still be planning, because we may argue whether this was insurrection or not. It's a different thing if they have been successful. We wouldn't be having this argument. And I would also like to say those in our law enforcement agencies who may have better evidence to say they stopped things from happening, they should be able to know who is responsible. I don't think it is convincing. It's not convincing that they do not know. So they should be able to track those who have broken the law, not those who have just echoed their sentiment, expressing a particular view, because as I have said before, to express a view without breaking the law is a different thing from participating in an act of treason. Isn't a treasonous act, an act of trying to bring down a country, to bring down an economy. to bring down infrastructure. Those are the people we would, you and I, believe that our police in this country and the intelligence services have a capacity to find who they are, and they should find them. On the township economy, the numbers that you were referring to, Commissioner Nielsen, yes, there's an amount together with the IDC of 100 million that we a portion of that, but there's another 100, and so the total 250 million are different components of our intervention. Some of it are dealing with the COVID, those affected by COVID before the unrest. And the portion of 100 million deals with those affected by the unrest. And as I say, so in total, yes, the Township Economy Fund is 250, but we think it will be more because we are getting different businesses putting forward into the Township Economy Fund for both helping the businesses that were affected by the unrest and helping those affected by COVID, but also going forward, supporting any other township innovation, small businesses or digital businesses owned by young people. So if I spoke about that, the Township Economy Fund as if it's only for dealing with the unrest, those affected by the unrest, I may have come across inaccurately. It's not dealing with only those affected by the unrest, and the contribution of provincial government and the various stakeholders. It's actually, we think we will be able to reach R1 billion. That's our target on that fund. And Emisita has been saying to me that we have a lot of pledges that are currently around 500 million pledges. But from the provincial government and the IDC side, 250 million. As I speak now, our Gauteng enterprise propeller has been assisting those small businesses using proper criteria, using proper selection processes to assist them.
Thank you very much, Premier Makura. Thank you for cooperating with us and for setting aside time for this hearing today. We really appreciate it very much. We are also just from our side trying to get to grips with what exactly happened here, given that a number of human rights violations took place in the process. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and we greet you.
Thank you so much.
We will rise for lunch now, I think, because the Minister of Defence is next at 3 o'clock. So we'll be back, let's say, at least 5 to 3. All of us seated, please. Thanks. it seems that everything has now been sorted out. We would like to welcome the Minister of Defence, Minister Thandi Modise. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you also for, in the process, setting an example for all public office bearers to work together with the Commission as required by the Constitution. I am the chairperson of the hearing panel, Andre Gaum. On my left, Commissioner Pelile Ntuli, and on my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen. Minister, we have received your statement. Thank you very much for that. I don't know if you want to present that to us, or if we can take it as read from our side, and then our evidence team will start with certain questions directed at you. May I just also indicate that unfortunately now we have started a bit late due to the connectivity issues, and therefore there might be the possibility that we will have to start now and then reschedule at some point for the last bit if we don't finish. If that is fine with you, we would be very grateful. Minister?
Chairperson, good afternoon. I do apologize for the late connection. We couldn't help it. I think we must take my statement as read so that we can save time. But I must also upfront advise that if we do not finish today, we might have to recall me in December, because I will leave with the President on Sunday and only come back around the 11th of December.
Yes, no, thank you, Minister. We will most definitely accommodate that. No problem about that at all. It might then be that we are planning to have another session for a week in January at some point, so that might be then the one. But there's no problem with that whatsoever. Yes, Advocate Lotz, you will start, eh? But before you start, Minister, I just need to administer the oath quickly. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I'll take the oath.
Minister, do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Very much, Minister. Over to you, Advocate Lotz, Advocate Lloyd Lotz.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair and the panel. And good afternoon to the Minister. Minister Modise, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, I will take you through a few questions, and my colleague will obviously indicate when I'm done, and she will take over. Perhaps as a way of beginning, and as you've rightfully said, we did receive the statement, and we have noted the statement. Perhaps the first question for me, or from me, noting that you are now the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans in South Africa, could you kindly indicate to us as to when did you assume, or when were you appointed into the current position?
I was nominated, so to speak, on the 10th of August. I was out of the country. I effectively became the minister after being sworn in after the 17th of August, 2021.
So nominated on the 10th and then sworn in on the 17th of August?
Around that time, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. one of the issues, or rather, in the communication that you had received from the Commission, because your statement, of course, was a direct response to that. You did note that part of the statement, or rather the letter that was sent to you, had highlighted the purpose, if I may call it that, of this national hearing on the July unrest in as far as what happened in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. You would recall that?
I recall that the letter stated that you intended to investigate the human rights violations or lapses in law as committed by members of the National Defence Force when they were deployed in support of the South African Police Services.
Correct, and thanks for being more specific, because it was, specifically looking at the role of the SANDF in as far as human rights violations around that time, but more in particular in as far as the deployment in as far as the military is concerned. Now, I'm not going to take you through the responses that you gave, because I think you had specifically responded to the paragraphs in that particular letter. And I think, if I may just summarize, because the panel is also has a copy of your statement, and maybe you can agree or disagree, but as a matter of summarizing your response, it did become clear that you quite emphatically do state that you are not aware of a series of the things that were raised there in relation to racial profiling, in relation to causes of the unrest, and also in relation to any socio-economic, spatial, and political factors. Am I correct if I summarize it that way?
No, you're not. My response was that I was not aware of the causes. I didn't say, because if I say to you that I was not aware of the racial categorizing of people, I would be saying to you I did not watch TV, and I watched TV. I saw what happened in Natal. I am simply saying I, at that particular point, was not aware of the causes, because that's what you asked me about, the causes.
All right, noted, Minister. Thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify. I wanted to just clarify that so that we are all on the same page. And thanks for further clarifying, as you indicated that, like the rest of us, we were all glued to our screens and we got to see what was going on at that particular point in time. Now, and Minister, we are also quite aware that your testimony here today is very much focused on you being the minister, and as you've clarified that you are sworn in around the 17th of August or thereabout, and we have already received oral testimony of the former minister. So we will do our best to focus as best we can in terms of your role currently as the minister, as opposed to going back to the time when you are not a minister, because it would not be, I guess, it will not be proper, nor would it be appropriate for us to delve there. But we also have received testimony from the former Minister of Defense. Perhaps the first question, having said that, the first question from my side then would be, could you please just take us through the channels of reporting within the ministry in as far as from the SANDF to the President? And of course, if my question is not clear enough, you'll indicate, but I'm trying to get an understanding from you as to what is the channel of reporting in as far as the South African National Defence Force is concerned, all the way up to the president?
That will depend on what exactly you are talking about. Is it on operational issues? Is it on your usual governance issues? Is it on the personal issues? Is it on the budget? Because obviously the minister is the chief advisor of the president on matters defense, all of them. And therefore you would have whatever communication that starts between the president and their department going through the minister. You also must accept that in the current situation, in effect, the president is the Minister of Intelligence, and therefore the president will have direct sight and contact with the defense intelligence. So if the president wants to discuss anything with defense, yes, it will be with the minister. But if the president wants to discuss issues of the security sector right through the country, the president will also have the cluster of ministers who are responsible for security directly talking to him. So the president will not talk directly to soldiers. The president will talk through the minister and the chief of the National Defense Force on issues. Alternatively, at cabinet level, the president will have access to the DG of Defense, who is the Secretary for Defense in our case.
Thank you for that, Minister. Maybe just so that I'm also clear, I think the last part of your answer, you were indicating that the president would specifically talk through to the South African National Defense Force through yourself and the chief of the SANDF. Did I understand you correctly?
You understood me correctly. Is it policy? Yes, the president will talk through us. Is it operational? Nothing prohibits the president to speak straight to the chief of the national defense as the DG or the head of the military wing. He is the commander-in-chief.
For that, because I think that has also come through quite clearly in previous testimony as the president is the commander-in-chief. And perhaps then maybe if we focus a little bit on operations, so I think that's where, you know, part of the issues that this particular hearing is sort of looking into, because with operations, if I understand correctly, that's where from, even if it's got to do with the deployment of the military and you've got boots on the ground, that's an operational aspect, which will then, of course, as you are explaining through the chief and yourself, but also, if necessary, through the DG of the department. Perhaps if we focus a little bit on the issue of operations for a second. Perhaps my question then, having said that, would be, Minister, in as far as and maybe you can clarify this, because I think it also came through when the former minister was questioned. In as far as the deployment, and we are taken through section, what is it again? We are taken through section 19 in as far as how the military or the South African National Defense Force is deployed, in as far as cooperating with the South African police services. Could you just give us an idea in as far as your understanding, in as far as how this works, in as far as operations are concerned? How is the military deployed as we've seen in the recent past, and of course as we've seen also with regards to the deployment in assisting with regards to COVID-19?
The deployment will differ from time to time. You must remember that depending on on the nature of the deployment in cooperation with the police, it would depend on what the situation on the ground is. But I think they all begin in the same way. If there is a situation which makes the Minister of Police need the assistance of the South African National Defence Force, correspondence between the two ministers arise. The president is advised, but I'm doing this under correction because I'm quite new. It is also quite possible that as the Minister of Police approaches the Minister of Defense, he is already approaching the president. But what then happens is that after the discussion between the two ministers, the Minister of Defense does advise and does send up a letter to the president that such an assistance is being asked for and that he should then deploy. Depending on the nature of the operation and the location of the operation, the numbers and all the other logistics are sorted out.
Thank you for that.
It's clear that when members of the National Defence Force are deployed in support of the police are the lead department because that they are deployed in support simply because the defense does not have a mandate to operate internally. And that is why they will always be in support of the police, which means that where they are deployed, for instance, if a police officer is within range, it is the police officer who will give the instructions, it is the police officer who will instruct, it is the police officer who will arrest.
No, thanks for clarifying that. In fact, it was one of the follow-up questions, but you've already answered it because it's as if you preempted that that will actually come through. Maybe before I move on to the next point, and you've said something quite interesting because I think it's something that that I'm flagging in my head right now, that the president is actually the chief of what's the correct term you used? He's the commander-in-chief. He's the commander-in-chief. Now, as the commander-in... Oh, sorry?
I was saying he's the commander-in-chief. He deploys.
Correct. And in such deployment, as the commander-in-chief, is it also possible for the commander-in-chief to actually make the call without any advice from or request from the Ministry of Police or without the request from the Ministry of Defense? As the Commander-in-Chief, can he make the request or the deployment?
Hypothetically, I think it can happen, but it is most unlikely. It has never happened in this country. The president would... That situation out of the blue without anything that motivates or that says to the president it is time to deploy, it is highly unlikely that the president would out of the blue just deploy.
Now, maybe back to the issue, because I think we are starting off with regards to how the deployment is done, and you somewhat took us through, in fact, you took us through the channels, and you are also elaborating on how it could depend whether it's policy or whether it's got to do with the budget, and also whether it's operations. And I then requested that if we could just zoom into operations, perhaps while still on operations, when you took over office on or about the 17th of August, what handover was done, if any was done, in relation to what happened in July in as far as the unrest is concerned?
When I became minister, the members of National Defence Force were already on the ground in both Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. In fact, I came in at the point where the first month and the term for that deployment was ending. There was a request to extend. Effectively, I did not get any other than to ask for whether what I was seeing in TV was correct, whether the numbers were correct, and all of that. There was nothing else. But also you must remember, at that point, when the president was deploying, the president had to, actually it is demanded by the law, the president cannot deploy for more than 14 days without informing Parliament. And therefore, as the president was deploying as Speaker of the National Assembly, I had already received the intention to deploy. I had already sent such information also to the Portfolio Committee. In fact, not the Portfolio Committee, the Joint Standing Committee on Defense, on the deployment of the soldiers in support of the police service. So those elements, that mandate was still there, and I understood that when I took over. I was not given details of the operation because in any case, that space would really depend and be the responsibility of the Minister of Police because he would be the minister in charge.
And when you say no details, could you just elaborate a bit? Are you specifically saying that given that the deployment happened prior to you taking office, and also because the deployment was in support or rather in cooperation with the South African police services, there wasn't any further detail that was given to you at that point in time when you took over?
Let me put it this way. I knew the date of deployment. I knew the numbers deployed. I knew the areas identified for deployment because it was in the letter that went to Parliament. I knew the cost of deployment. Everybody in the country knew that they were in support of. If at that time the focus of the deployment changed, the president would have had to write to Parliament and say, because this and this and that, we are going in this direction. That did not happen. So yes, to that extent, I thought I understood that SANDF was deployed to help the police to deal with the situation as it was unfolding in the country.
And for the record, you were...
Whether I was sat down and told that Operation A and Operation B, no. That, in fact, it would have been wrong for me as a minister to be given operational intelligence of anything unless it was really under dire circumstances. At that instance, what SANDF was doing was simply to be in support of the police. There was nothing untoward. If there had been, which was the focus of my response to you, if there had been any violations of human rights, then it would have been the first report on my desk when I became the Minister of Defense. And that is why I said, no, I have no knowledge of any abuse or lapse because there were no reported cases.
No, thanks for clarifying that. And maybe for the record as well, I think you were indicating, Minister, that because you were aware of the areas, the numbers, the costs, you were specifically mentioning that you knew that because at the time when the deployment was being effected, you were the Speaker of Parliament at the time, of the National Assembly.
Of the National Assembly.
just so that we are clear for the record, and that my understanding is also correct in as far as your response. But thank you for that. Now, maybe if we just move on a bit, Minister. What is the current status of the deployment as we speak now?
The deployment, you will remember that the president deployed from July up to August. There was an extension for a further 30 days. At the end of the 30 days, all our troops were back in bases.
And that 30 days, will it take us, if my calculation is correct?
It will take us into September.
Okay. And you don't have the specific date. Is it end of September?
It will be around the 24th of September. The 12th of September.
24 or
Around
12th?
the 12th of September, I think. Yeah.
12th.
Of September. So from that time when the extension was announced, the date was then set. On that date, the troops went back to base.
Now, Minister, I must raise this one because I think it specifically came through this morning when the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sihle Zikalala, was giving testimony, and also last week when the Durban Chamber, the CEO of the Durban Chamber of Commerce, gave testimony as well. And I know this is speaking about what happened when you were not minister. However, perhaps it's just a comment or a reflection, if there is any, from your side. There were reports, and I think the Premier this morning was also confirming that when the deployment was had around July, there were some challenges in terms of getting members or troops to some areas. And then the chamber or the business, the Durban Chamber of Business or Chamber of Commerce rather, stepped in and assisted in the sponsorship of vehicles, we were told, accommodation and other forms of assistance. And it was confirmed, by the Premier, and he even went as far as, when asked for comment, he even went as far as giving support for that, given the sort of unprecedented nature of events and what was going on at the time. And I'd like to put the same to you, is that having now learned, if you are not aware of that, but if you are, it's also fine, but what would be your comment with regards to private business, members of the community providing support to the South African National Defence Force, in as far as perhaps with some of the logistical issues, accommodation, use of vehicles, and the like?
I think that we must go back to July. When this operation began, when the president called for the deployment of the SANDF in cooperation with SEPS, the Defence Force was, in effect, beginning to move out, deploying its members for operation in cooperation with the SADC forces in Mozambique. So when the call to deploy internally in support of the police came, your Defence Force commanders had to step back and start rationalizing and changing their plans. So it is quite possible that you might have had then an issue of which vehicles which we had actually designated to be on their way to Mozambique do we sacrifice, and that kind of thing. It is also a point that we must take into consideration that South Africa had never foresawn that it would have a situation which we went through in July. And therefore, there would not have been any contingency to bring us to a point where we will say we were quite prepared. I do know that I have heard about the vehicles, unused and heavy and lifters, whether in vehicles or in aircraft, are not kept at place everywhere in South Africa. So you would have had to, as the situation was happening, to speed up and make sure that the members of the Defence Force get to Natal and are in Gauteng. But I must also say that looking at what was happening, would it have been wrong, and therefore, in my own opinion, would it have been wrong for South Africans to stand up and to say the police, the military are in defense of our liberty, in defense of our economy? They need water. Yes, here is water. They need a transport from A to B. Here is water. Here is transport. So I would say that the situation demanded that all right-thinking South Africans could jump in. Did the business community of Durban do this in return for anything? If they did, then we would find something wrong with that. If they did it because they were trying to protect interests of South Africa, then I would see nothing wrong with it. Is it an ideal situation? The ideal situation is that you have a defense force which is always well equipped, well capacitated, and agile. Is our defense in the current circumstances like that? You do know yourself that over the years, more than 10 years, the budget for defense has been cut, and therefore they would not have enough capacity to deploy in Mozambique, in the DRC, and throughout the country. Because as this situation was developing, both in Gauteng and in Natal, you have to get into the situation of the military and the police, that they would be on guard to divide all their assets throughout the country. Therefore, the Defence Force would have been on alert to be able to deploy throughout the 9 provinces of this country if this thing got out of hand. And therefore, you might not have had enough to send to Natal. And I would say thank you to the community of Natal for stepping in. And thank you again for not expecting us to be giving you anything back in the handouts other than to thank you for being patriotic.
Okay. No, thank you for that reflection, Commissioner. Sorry, apologies. Thank you for that reflection, Minister. And that's the reason why I raised it, because I think it had come through. So it was, I think, appropriate to also give you the same opportunity to reflect on it, because it had come through.
We appreciate the assistance we got.
Thank you, Minister. Now, I'm also conscious of the time, Chairperson, because I know that we do have some limitations this afternoon, and I'm also wanting my colleague to also come in. However, maybe before I do so, let me ask the Minister the following question. Now, Minister, I'm also glad to learn that you were quite privy to the deployment in as far as numbers, etc. And we also were quite happy to see that the numbers were increased substantially from what was initially, I'm just trying to get the exact number, what it was initially when the deployment was actually approved, but it did appear that the numbers were increased substantially up to about 25,000. That was the total figure that we were provided with. And I see you are concurring, Minister.
Yes, it is true. The numbers started off with when the initial planning was sort of within the department at 2,500. Later on, the advice was looking at the developing situation, maybe we should go to 10,000. When the president met up with the leaders of political parties, they actually said, no, President, that is not enough. Please deploy 25,000. And that is why you probably had transport challenges and whatever, because as the planners and operational planners within the department had planned, they had not anticipated a deployment of 25,000 troops.
And Minister, you've also indicated that the deployment was actually suspended or ended around the 12th of September. Now, and of course, you had already been in the ministry at that particular point. What has been the lessons which have been learned about, because I think you've raised some of the issues with regards to, I mean, you've even commended South Africans that had stepped in to assist. What lessons have been learned, if any, with regards to that particular deployment of July in support and cooperation with the South African police services? And I'm aware, as you've mentioned as well, that there were other issues at play here. Some of the troops were also being deployed to other parts, given the role that South Africa plays, or the South African National Defence Force plays within the region. But what lessons, if any, have been learned that you would maybe could share with us?
That we need an agile defence force. That even though we can never, and we do not want the defence force to be deployed internally, we must always be on hand. We must have the required transportation. We must have the required tools of the trade for members of the defence force when they are deployed. But also, this has sharpened our need to periodically retrain our servicemen and women to understand their roles if they are ever deployed in an operation like Prosper. We also want to take away that it is important to continuously look at the re-equipment, the maintenance of the defence force. We must also say that that would take care of our ability to stay on top of our game, and therefore we will be engaging later on. You may be aware that the previous minister had already started a defence review and a process. That defence review should actually enable us to relook at how we are structured, whether our force levels are still okay, where we should be placing our resources, and therefore it talks to issues of rejuvenation and maintenance. So we're very grateful that this has come. What is important, though, as a South African, is that we must, all of us, never take for granted the democracy that we think we have. We must always be on the alert. We must not always think that the person you don't know who is across the border is the only one who will threaten your territorial integrity. We must always be aware that any democracy that does not take care of itself will fail. And therefore, we've learned lessons. We have learned, we are looking at, re-looking at the military codes. We are very proud that we have not had any cases of abuse labeled at defense. But as I said earlier on, we do intend to have all new entrants trained. As the matter stands, anytime the military is deployed with the civilians, they are taking over a period of, they are handed booklets, but they are also taken on to a quick training on how to behave when deployed internally. So it's important for us to say to South Africans, you do have a military, a defense force which we actually own, representative of all the corners of South Africa and races and creeds. But if we don't look well after it, the threat might be from outside the borders, but it can also come from internal.
And
On
then-
that note, Advocate Lodge, I do think maybe we should remand the matter now and then, get the minister back. And we will, Minister, we will liaise with your officers, your good officers in that regard. All the best for your visit abroad with the President. And thank you for availing yourself once again. We are basically here to get a better understanding of exactly what has happened that led to the shocking event in our country's recent history. And so, it should be seen in that light. There's been many human rights violations that took place as a result of the unrest specifically. And that is why, it is important for us to try and get to the bottom of this as far as we can. But thank you for availing yourself, and sorry that we weren't in a position to conclude your evidence today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gom and the Commission. I shall, of course, we shall confirm the dates, but I shall make myself available. Thank you very much.
Mr. Commissioner,
Yes.
before we let the minister go, is it possible to then actually ask for certain things for when she then appears that she has mentioned in her evidence right now? So because the follow-up questions that we have actually relate to the very things that she did mention. And
Okay,
if
you can do that. Maybe you also would like to raise the issue of our efforts pertaining to the chief of the SANDF.
Yes, that's one of the
Thank you.
issues that we wanted to flag, Mr. Commissioner, which is why I apologize for disturbing this. Minister, we have, I think the way of intention to deploy that was sent to you by the president. And in fact, if you have, at the time when you were the speaker, and then in fact, if you have, you indicated as well that you have the defense review process that's currently underway. If you may kindly provide us with a brief report of what that entails and how far it is in the process, because we don't have those documents. When we had the former minister, they had indicated that you would most likely have those documents, but we will indicate those, the documents in relation to the deployment that occurred and in fact the defense review process as well, but we will outline them in the communication that will be sent to the minister. But another thing that we wanted to just indicate, you have many times in your testimony indicated that the other person who would know the operations of the SANDF would be the chief of the SANDF. And in this regard, we would like to ask for your assistance. And maybe when you then appear the next time, if you could appear with the chief.
Could I contextualize this, please?
Sorry, Minister?
Could I give you the chief would not be responsible for the operations done with the police, because his troops are lent and for all intents and purposes simply becomes the second arm, a pushing hand for the police, and they do and whatever it is that the police instruct them to do. And therefore, whatever the police, the chief of the National Defence Force will do, he will not be in the operational theatre. It will be the police who are in the operational theatre. And that is why earlier on I said some of those operational details would best be responded to by the Minister of Police and maybe the Commissioner of Police, because they would be responsible. I have no problem in finding the chief of the National Defence Force and ensuring that he does come back to us on his appearance there. But if the commission is expecting the chief of the National Defence Force to say, yes, we sat there and we planned, and this was the plan for, I doubt he will have that. If on the other hand, you were to ask him about a plan about Mozambique, he will give you the people within the defense who are responsible for that. And whether that would be for public consumption is something else. I'm trying to be very frank with you. So we will do that. And I do promise whatever the documents that we have in our possession that you are requesting, we'll make sure that we avail them to you before we come in.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Rest of your afternoon, and hopefully also a good weekend in which you can rest a bit. All of the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Advocate Gum.
So
Thank you and goodbye, Minister.
We are then going to adjourn now. We will be coming back next week for further evidence to be led before the panel, and I think we will communicate hopefully with the media as to what that would be more or less.
Yes, Commissioner, we'll certainly communicate that. I can say that we are scheduled to begin at 9 o'clock on Monday, and the details of that, the testimony for that Monday will be communicated as well.
Thank you, Minister. You may leave us now if you wish to do that. Thank you.